What is up, everybody? Welcome to a very special event hosted here on the one-stop Splatoon network, Dapple Productions. My name is Het. I am joined today by Pat, and this is going to be super confusing for both of us. Not speaking of Matt, Pat, but we are here today to host Battling Pool episode 200, the longest running Splatoon tournament series in history. We are right here to witness history ourselves. Pat, how are you doing today in this wonderful, wonderful evening?
I am doing great, and I am so hyped. And our teams are already about to start. We have OPIUM versus Foolish Fish. This is the group stage, right?
We're starting off in group stage here today. Battling Pool having 64 teams today. Starting off in group stage to, I believe, a single elimination or double elimination. I'm sorry, to some sort of elimination. Anyway, let's start it off. Splat zones here on Mako Mart. Starting it here on the blue versus the yellow. Of course, it's a very nice color. It's fun how it's sort of orangey yellow is the first color. It's sort of like gold. See a little bit interesting team compositions here, where of course we see a lot of special medics, but a little bit less than I expected in the first. So today we see a total of 3 special medics, and I think Goldfish having the more, or Foolish Fish having the more interesting comp as it's using a little bit more of different weapons such as the Tetra duties and the E-leader. Let's see how they're going here, as it looks like Foolish Fish are a little bit faster in getting the middle ground and getting 2 splats right off the bat, securing their first zone, and they are preparing to push a little bit more further. FlyZero fighting against, I believe it was Fish, getting the splat as well. Very, very strong start as Foolish Fish is slowly pushing into the 80s here.
Yeah, quite a great first engagement for Foolish Fish. Like, yep, that's awesome. Get out. It's awesome. That's it.
Yeah, it's all you need to do. You need to get in, get the splats, and then go back. It looks like the specials are now ready for OPIUM, and they got a couple splats there on Foolish Fish. Gets the zone back, but Foolish Fish still pushing to a very strong 52, which is a good start, especially what you want in this kind of tournament. And they're losing the fights now. OPIUM is getting the grip, finally getting the splats that they want, finally getting the paint that they want, and they're also on their way to push towards 70. So 60 zone has been neutralized by Fish here, doing a little bit of fishing business on the zone, captured them, I believe, by himself. Very nice with how the teammate gets the splat on the special medic as well. Gets splatted on their own by FlyZero, but it's a very good defensive maneuver from Foolish Fish. Putting a small penalty on OPIUM just to buy some extra time so they don't lose, so they don't gain too much of a comeback. But let's see if they can get the zone. Again, now it's in the hands of OPIUM. Pat, we do see the E-leader here of Glacy. Do you think he can provide that opening to start the push?
I mean, that ED turned the crab out there, but right now OPIUM in full control. They don't have anyone down, and now they do, but the zone's almost in their favor, and they should get the lead. I mean, so far both teams are pretty much on even ground, I feel like both teams have gotten the zone for some time, but it stands to have a team really take control and keep the enemy away.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Glacy with those 2 splats on the both special medics. If our streamer can clip this for the instant replay, we can show you that feature also after this game. A nice 2 splats onto those 2 special medics, getting them out of the way, making the zone capture fairly easy against a 52 and the machine. As much as they are strong, they don't paint all too well compared to whatever Foolish Fish is running. And Glacy now on that block, waiting for the opening, sees FlyZero. FlyZero has been splatted by their teammate. I believe it was a trade with the junior Justin now with that crab tank onto the block off OPIUM. Pushing very hard to zone again, pushing further and further, going into the high 10s, go out to getting 15, 20, 15 10s. And OPIUM have to do something very quickly here. It's about the last 10 ticks off that zone. They get it, finally. Pushing them ahead again. But they still have a big 30+ penalty to go through. It's going to be difficult. FlyZero fighting, decides that jumping off the map, or that having the jump off the map is the right approach. The zone is neutralized now by Foolish Fish. OPIUM have to get back onto the painting. They get the painting, and now it's time to start doing the pushing and trying to get the splats. But Vi here being pushed away back to spawn is not looking good for OPIUM.
Yeah, OPIUM, like, they managed to get Foolish Fish out of the zone, but never take full control, and Foolish Fish, they get more points for their kills right now. Well, that's what happens to the Wave Breaker, I guess.
Yeah, 3 people down for Foolish Fish. The Wave Breaker was a very, very good one by Foolish Fish still, but not good enough as 3 people were down. Now OPIUM can really push in. Chai-san is trying to get out of the spawn. FlyZero was in a deep. Fish helped him get out of it. And now is the chance looking for OPIUM. Is slowly pushing the points, though the timer is ticking away. But they have to hold it on one few player. It's going to be a bit more difficult. That fish is going in. Gets an explosion off inside of the zone. Neutralizes it. And with the help of the teammate, they capture it. Very, very nicely done by Foolish Fish. Again, putting a hefty penalty onto OPIUM. And the last minute of the clock, they are slowly starting to struggle. They have 3 splats though, and they have control of the zone again. So they can really push in if they want to. With Foolish Fish, all they have to do is try to get some momentum and hold that zone, or at least keep it neutralized so that OPIUM cannot push it any further.
Yeah, with just 30 seconds left, it's on OPIUM to get rid of a penalty. Just keep control of the zone for a bit longer than they have this game. And whoa, Q down on the side of Foolish Fish, just the junior for Foolish Fish. That could be big for OPIUM right now after a wipeout, and they're off with their penalty. This is not going to overtime if they manage to get it. Like, this could be it now. They get the lead, and that should be the KO right now.
Yes, it definitely is. And a very strong comeback for OPIUM. In the game, it didn't look like they were going to win. OPIUM with a very strong 48 comeback. One game number 1. I don't think people were expecting it. I didn't expect it, at least. That says something.
Yeah,
well,
it's this map, you know, they can always come back.
100% anyone can come back, and OPIUM showed some very strong team play, showing why Double Splashmatic is still the better team composition, even if I completely disagree because I am so done with seeing Splashmatics. But that's more of a personal thing. That is definitely more of a personal thing. We are going on to the next map now, though. But actually, before we do, I wanna ask Majora, our lovely streamer today. I wanna give a big shout out early on to my boy Majora, who is doing God's work of streaming this tournament, and just sitting here and managing the stream. I did it once, I found it very boring, but Majora finds it apparently really fun, or he gets money from Alice. I don't know, I want to give a big shout out to him. But I do want to ask Majora, can you quickly show that replay that I requested, that double splat from Glacy with the E-leader?
Good.
Let's see, oh, there it is. Oh, look at that, a very nice replay. It looks to me like a frozen frame, but watch as they are strong. It is a frozen frame. Well. Oh, there it's going. It took its sweet time. Waiting for the opening. It looked a little bit laggy for me, unfortunately, so I can't big commentate it. But I just wanted to show this feature, that we have a replay feature now, which I think is very, very nice. It also captures my mic. I didn't know that. Actually, very interesting. We are learning stuff as we go. Of course, after you know, I'm still learning stuff every single day about video games and about all the streams. But let's not let the teams wait anymore, Majora. Let's get this right underway in Splat Zones on our favorite map, Hagglefish Market. OPIUM, Pat, take it away.
Yes, and reminder, this is a zones-only tournament. Breaking with previous paddling pools that we've had, but I mean, we want to see more zones, so here we are on zones. Not much change in composition from the two teams, but I guess like both compositions were working pretty well in the previous game, so why would you want to change, I guess?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. I don't think we would change the composition. I mean, it was a very close game. And let's see if you can make it a close game again. The Foolish Fish does get the opening, but OPIUM now here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but OPIUM here coming back and taking that zone for themselves now to push away. But we do see 2 players down now for Foolish Fish, but they have a lot of pressure rate. Do you think they can actually still make a comeback here as they get 1 player for OPIUM?
I mean, now it's on the Foolish Fish to manage to get control of their side of the map, and OPIUM with the 2 crabs, like once 1 crab is ready, like that should be really hard for Foolish Fish to do so, but the E-liter might help a lot with that, getting rid of 1 splash, that's 1 less crab tank to worry about.
Yeah, 1 less crab tank. 1 less crab tank is always better than having 2 crab tanks. You know, if you just have to fight 1, it's a bit better. Foolish Fish finally gets the zone, but OPIUM put on a very strong start, pushing it all the way to 26. It's going to be tough for Foolish Fish to beat because there's still more than 3.5 minutes left into this game to fight. They only have the junior ready, the junior special ready, and that is going to be that Wave Breaker. It's not all too much ready. Booyah Bomb, I believe, also in the zone. Everything just went onto the zone. That was insane. Very good push from OPIUM to get that zone back and get a couple splats along the way, showing that they are still a powerhouse that Foolish Fish have to deal with.
Yeah, and right now with the lead, the advantage, the zone, like, they look so strong. And Foolish Fish, like, they managed to get back the zone, but we have yet to see them score some big points as OPIUM has so far. Like, it kind of like the reverse of what we saw last game.
I hope it's not a reverse completely, but it looks like Foolish Fish is finally getting the hang of it a little bit. They have a spot onto the 52 gal of Fly Zero, and that is going to be huge for them because that 52 is such a powerhouse to do it. It has the most range of the team as well, and it does the most amount of damage per shot. It's going to be very annoying for those midfielders to deal with. The Junior now also down, continuing the Raid Breakers used. Another Splash Medic down, so there's only the Crab Tank up, so one shooter up. Free Tech Gas get a kill onto the zone, but it's not going to be enough as the Bubbler is now out, protecting against Ink, but not against that Killable 5.1, which didn't do a lot except for a lot of damage. And Justin goes down. Another guy at the right didn't go down, somehow survived. Back to back got splattered, but the reverse Splatoon just quickly got refragged by Free who is waiting now, sharking in the middle. This timer also, I didn't mention this, went to a poor 2027. Just not enough. There were 1 to 2 ticks away for getting the lead here, but now the penalty for OPIUM is also gone. Now, Pat, there are specials ready and are being used for Foolish Fish. Do you think they can get this push here?
I mean, they have to, because if they don't, OPIUM is going to score a lot of points and possibly a KO with just 15 points left right now. That's like Foolish Fish with just 2 players up. It's 2v2, but OPIUM, they have the zone and they have the game, and that's 2-0, I guess.
It's a very strong start. It's a very good game by OPIUM, and even though they struggled a little bit against Foolish the first game, I think they've gone back wonderfully in this game, showing why they won the last one with such a comeback and showing a lot more domination here. Though Foolish Fish did put up a real challenge, and I want to give them some shout outs because I think we're going to see them later on in this tournament. But let's give a shout out to OPIUM for winning the first set in Paddling Pool fashion, a 2-0 knockout.
Yeah, congrats to both teams, and we will see you for the next round.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back, everybody, to Battling Pool episode 200, hosted here by the one and only one-stop Splatoon hub, Dapple Productions. I am Het, still joined by Pat, and Alice specifically requested us to keep on talking while we wait for our next match, Cascade, the crew versus content. What is the IPO pickup? And I'm gonna be honest here already, I don't know. I wanna say it is going to be content, but hey, you know, I don't know. I wanna say something though, because you see a little link on your screen right now. It's called paypal.com/paypalme/Dapple It's a very, very long name. And we have a prize pool. It starts out at €100, but every single euro or dollar or yen or Danish crown or Swedish crown or dollar or whatever currency I missed. What's a very obscure currency? Zimbabwe dollar. That's a very obscure one. We'll go directly to the prize pool, which will be split between these teams. If you want to support a Splatoon 2 team, you want to support the community, you can donate at paypal.com/paypalme/Productions. Your link is on the screen, and hopefully this is set up. You can do at donate on the Twitch chat, and the link will not appear because people forgot this. Why is that not set up?
Well,
Why is that not? That should have been set up. But okay, it's not set up. Anyway, go to that link and donate some Lyra. Where even is some Lyra in? Is that Malta where they use Lyra? Or no, that Greece island. I don't know. Okay, I'm not that.
Completely lost the point of what you were
I'm
talking
completely
about.
lost my geography. And I also completely lost my point. I agree with you there, but I'm known for that. I'm known for just walking away completely from my point and forgetting about it.
Anyways, this is Battling Pool 200 and you are still watching. We are waiting for teams to get ready and that should take about 2 hours. And which we will be talking.
I really hope it will take 2 hours. You know, I once had a tournament. That was really fun. I think it was Battling Pool 118 or something, 19. I was commentating it, and like some team it just took like half an hour for them to finish their set because they started late, and we forgot they kept an eye on them. So at some point, a team was just like, oh, it's gone. It's at donation. Or !donation. It should have been donate. It should have been donate. I'm gonna call him out right here. Okay, so okay, it is in there. It's just called donation, except for donate. Okay, no, you know what? I'm gonna let Pat decide. Pat, what makes more sense in chat? Should it be !donate or should it be !donation?
You know what? Like, all of you just go to the link, donate €1 and say it should have been donate.
Oh my god, do that.
That will show them.
That will definitely show them. Yep, 100%. Anyway, it looks like our teams are about to get ready. So actually, let's go talk about the maps a little bit, because I think both of these teams are pickups. I'm not entirely sure. One of these is the IPS pickup, IPS Red Spy, Shinix and Kara, and the other one content is Uton, Kobosaurus, Egray, and Riku. I hope I didn't butcher names. If I did, I am very sorry. We are going to start off in Splat Zones, like every single mode today.
Yep.
Splat Zones, Surgeon Shipyard. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about this map, Pat, and why you think it is the worst tricolor map Splatoon has ever invented?
I mean, okay, to answer your question first, I really like this map because there are a lot of breaks on the line of sights and lots of diversity of terrain that will allow like lots of different weapons to do whatever they want to do.
And like, it's easy to say that it's the worst tricolor map that has ever happened, but I think it's also one of the best at the same time, because there were 2 versions of tricolor maps on this map that are completely different and that play really differently. That being said, I was always on attacker side, so I can't really tell.
I haven't actually played the last Splatfest. Well, not enough. I got 5 whole seasonals because I was away for the whole weekend. So that kind of sucks. Anyway, without further ado, let's get into this game, Splat Zones, because it is a 10th episode of Splatoon Pool, so every mode will be Splat Zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. Let's see, right off the bat, we're seeing a Tri-Slosher and a Chainsaw Katana, and if anyone very kindly can remind me what the thing is actually called, because I forget it every 25
Stamper.
seconds. Stamper. Why is it called Stamper? It's a okay, whatever. Let's get right into it. We see Cascade Duck Crew on the orange and content on the light blue. Let's see how they're gonna start off as Shinx first get the opening spot against Uton. Another player goes down for Cascade Duck Crew. Another player goes down for Cascade Duck Crew. It's just Agri alive inside of the spawn. Poor Agri with the Plasmatic. Not in a very good spot as everyone from content is pushing in. The Tri-Slosher from Shinx did get splatted though, but it wasn't enough to stop content as they are the first one to have the opening push and are slowly making their way towards the 50 mark.
Yeah, and Cascade the crew right now just struggling just to get access to the zone. And that Stamper is gonna get it, I guess.
I sure hope they do, because they had to get the splats in to get the zone. They do have the zone, a very good comeback for Cascade Duck Crew. Even if content did push it all the way to 45, that doesn't mean they have won the game yet. You have to push it to a full fat 0 in order to win this game. And looks like Cascade Duck Crew is in a very good spot to hold this one probably even longer. But they already used their crab tank quite early on, and the second one is only halfway ready, so it's gonna be hard with 3 players down. Shinx making a good work of that inkjet, as well as I believe I saw the Junior or Kara there with the Special Medic, also making some good work with of that weapon, getting a couple picks, and again the zone in the hands of content.
Yeah, we don't see enough good inkjet these days. I miss it. It was like such a good looking special. I love it.
I still think it looks really good. I think it's one of the most hype specials to use, especially compared to Crab Tank. Though, Crab Tank, I still love using it. I'm gonna be honest here. I still love using
it's
Crab Tank.
fun. Like there's so much you can do with it.
Yeah, you can
Like,
you can annoy the community.
yeah, everybody else hates it, but like it's a fun special to use. Honestly, like we should all use it, and that's what Nintendo decided.
Oh, they really did. You know what also is decided? Content absolutely destroying Cascade Duck Crew here. It's looking very tough for them to even get a paint on the zone. It's gonna be neutralizing now, but no, it's not. The Junior wasn't enough. Content making a big pusher, only having the Cascade Duck Crew push the zone properly once. And Content just quickly getting it to the 0 knockout mark, taking game number 1 on Sturgeon Shipyard on the production here, Panic Pool 200. But let's see if they can win game 2 as well, which will be on one of my favorite maps, Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, Museum d'Alfonsino, like such very different geometry than Sturgeon Shipyard. Like once you're able to take control of mid, you can really prevent the enemy from dropping there. Like you have such an open view of everything around you, and like it plays so differently. And because it's like so open, I hope to see more inkjet, and I hope to see inkjet snipes.
I do too. I mean, considering that Shinx already was playing the Tri-Slosher,
Yep.
they might just keep it, because if you're really good with it, the main sub is fine, even though the sub is kind of lackluster and the special compared to Crab Tank is not that good. I think it's still an okay weapon overall. Although what I found interesting is that, again, content was only running one special medic compared to Cascade Crew Ducks 2, or Cascade Duck Crews 2. So we see a small shift in the meta here, or just people are refusing to use special medic, which I guess, please make it happen. Just display more variety. No, I mean, I guess in Splat Zones it's that strong, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good weapon. Like, you don't like it, just beat it. That's it, beat it.
I mean, after the last patch, we did get a very strong weapon back in the 10 attack plus shots, which I think is a very strong weapon and honestly more fun to use because you get to throw nukes. Break free back brings me back to the Modern Warfare 2 days, you know. Maybe I'm a bit old for that. Anyway, let's see how game 2 is going to go. Cascade Duck Crew against Content 1-0, having that match point. Let's see how they are going to fight it out here on Museum del Foncino. Pat, take it away.
And Content again with a Tri-Slasher and with a T-Tech. And meanwhile, Cascade Duck Crew double splash, Tetras and the Stamper, like very aggressive composition. I guess they want to bring it to Content, and right now they just did. They are in control of the zone. Content with just 2 players left alive. They have to get out of here. So that's going to be like points for Cascade Duck Crew, like points that they need. But Content getting back in, getting ready to get in, and the hey, Jetpack is right there. But like the zone is not neutral, Pat.
Yeah, actually, it's not the zone. It's completely in the hands of Cascade Duck Crew. And they are making quick work of Content. They're 2 players down currently, and it's still going. That zone is now at the 30s. A very, very strong opening push for Cascade Duck Crew. They're waiting inside the enemy base of Content to start push in. Kobosaurus here with that Spider-Man ink thing. I forgot if it's called because I'm very good at remembering names. That is a very strong special and a full wipeout at the end. Please clip that for me, Majora. Cascade Duck Crew just took it 100-0. A full clean game. They are not willing to give it up. And yes, UT's Gus in chat. I completely called the Spider-Man because I forgot what it was called. Because I am very bad at remembering this game's special names.
Well, that's a clean game. Like, it's hard to make cleaner than that. Like, it's just, hey, we come in, we take the zone, and you don't get to touch the zone anymore. And then we wipe you and it's over. Like, after the first game where Content was so dominant, it's like Cascade Duck Crew is like, yeah, no, we're gonna give you a game. Like, you wanna play, we're gonna play. And that's quite a comeback.
It really was. It really was. You know, can we show the wipeout quickly? Because I was wondering how I completely missed it because I only saw one splat and then everyone just despawned or something. I completely missed it. Well, we hopefully look at the replay. I'm gonna look at the name called Zipcaster. Because I completely forgot what it was. I heard the replay is ready from our lovely streamer. Let's get it onto the stream. I want to see what happened because I completely missed it. Okay, we see Kobosaurus getting a nice splat there, and then we do see some rocks being thrown out, and probably the crab tank at the left. The crab tank from Egg probably made quick work. All those people on the edge. I'm gonna assume that the zipcast from Kobosaurus going in deep and completely shifting the attention from Content was a very huge play. That really slowed him down. It also left him open enough for Egg to go in and do a lot of damage. Or it might actually be Uton. I don't know whose crab tank was there. But either way, that left a big opening. So let's go into our last game, which will be the tiebreaker splat zones on Undertow Spillway. Pat, who is going to take the opening push? Who will take the zone first? Will it be the blue team of Content or will it be the orange team of Cascade Duck Crew? I am ready to figure this out, but I want to leave it to you, Pat.
Well, I don't know, but like on this map, I think the Tri-Slasher is one of its best maps. Like, watch Shinex. Shinex is going to be key for Content to get the thing done, but right now both teams are just getting at it, using every special. And right now, 2 down on the side of Cascade Duck Crew. I guess the answer is Content gets the first push.
Yeah, definitely. Cascade Duck Crew with a very strong, we did a pretty decent push getting into 88, but now Content in here, pushing it a little bit further to 70s and below, but they did lose a member in the Tri-Slasher of Shinex, so they are struggling a little bit here to get some momentum. As I am joking, Commander's Curse, they are going in deep. Egg fighting against Kara. Kara does get splatted now, but it took a long time for them to get splatted, and it made the zone possible to push towards 45. which is a very strong opening push. Red Spy shocking a little bit with that 10 explosion shot, waiting, getting splatted by Agray, and also Robbe Tomodachi having in a little bit there to get that zone back into the hands of Cascade Duck Crew. Now they have to charge up their specials and get ready to get splatted. But Kara here getting splatted by the stamp from Robbe Tomodachi is probably going to delay them because losing a crab tank here is gonna suck.
Yeah, and like easy caster going all around, making sure to waste the enemy's time and attention, like doing a great job at it, and that should be the lead for Cascade the Crew. 3 down on each side, but like the half of the map, like the mid is yellow and Cascade the Crew still scoring, but no, right now the zones are neutral and these dry strikes should apply penalty.
Yeah, there's a very strong use of the dry strikes from Red Spy, helping their team to neutralize the zone, but it didn't help them to really keep the zones because they put a little bit of a penalty on Cascade Duck Crew, which is still pretty good. It didn't help them properly win the fight and able to keep the zones. They have 2 players down now on the enemy side, so they can start pushing in, and they do. They get both of the zones and they're slowly pushing a little bit forward. Red Spy here getting a little bit harassed by Agray, Shinex, or by Riku, I'm sorry. Riku did get splatted by Shinex. Just sometimes it's hard to read some pretty small names, right? Especially in the moment. Getting splatted by whatever. 2 splats there for Agray. Very nice double. And the third one in the zone actually got hit a couple times, but didn't get splatted by them. They haven't got splatted at all yet. Restarter going in. Didn't get kills. They got 1 splat. Looking for the second one. They get to a very nice reef slider by Riku. Please clip that because I want to look at that again, because it's a very strong use of the reef slider. Not just to push people away, but to secure a couple splats with it too, even if it was a trade at the end. Getting 2 players down there was a pretty big move to keep that zone for Cascade Duck Crew, pushing it to 33. That zone is again, it's in the hands of Content, who are slowly getting rid of their timer or their penalty, but it's going to be enough as the Zipcaster is ready for Robbe Tomodachi, who gets splatted the second I say that, of course, Pat.
Yeah, and right now both teams have spent the last 2 or 3 minutes just trying to get rid of their penalty, but being countered by the other. Like, it's so back and forth, and I love it. And right now 2 downs on the side of Content, and they got the lead, but now it's going to come back to Cascade the Crew, and they have 40 points to get rid of. And now it's back to, like, people are just getting splatted left and right on this map, like getting a hold and really keeping it is so hard. And Zipcaster, that's how he called it, is now active, trying to move things up, but they are not scoring points still. They are not scoring points. Content keeping control of their side, and now after side, I don't know what's happening. They're just, things are flipping left and right, and that's a bad spot to make a grab tank, I guess.
Unfortunate for Utan, that grab tank completely countered by Red Spy's missiles. Only 8 ticks away for Content to get some pushing again, to get rid of the penalty, start pushing more points. Cascade Duck Crew only having 30 seconds though to get rid of the 40 tick penalty and actually start pushing a couple points. It's only 2 ticks away from a lead, but it's so difficult. It's only getting in the hands of Content, but just with 1 tick of the penalty left, they get rid of it or stop the penalty, but no, it's again in the hands of Content, who are pushing it further, now back in the 20s, and it's going further and further down. Cascade Duck Crew have to get in something quickly. Robbe Tomodachi using a Tipcaster to do something, misses that onto, I believe that was Kara. And it's going to be a big miss, because with 2 players down here, I don't think they're going to keep the zones for long, or have any idea to grab that zone, or any power to grab that zone, I mean. And with that, the tiebreaker have been won by Content, who held the zone for a long time in a very strong back and forth splat. People getting splatted left and right, exactly like you said. Content was the one who was victorious, but I'm gonna be honest here, they did give us some very good content.
Yeah, I mean, both teams gave us great content. Congrats to Cascade Duck Crew and Content. Like, these 2 teams spent like 3 minutes within 10 points of each other. And like, just at the end, Content is like, okay, we're gonna run away with it. But at any time, Cascade Duck Crew could have just done the same. Like, we know they can take control and run away with it. Like, we saw that on game 2. So, whoa.
Yeah, I wanna show people my favorite moment of last game, which was that double splat from the Reef Slider, if you can get it up. Reef Slider from Riku, which I just thought was a very interesting use of it. And actually, it's a very rare we see proper Reef Slider use. It just got buffed in the latest Splatoon patch, but not a whole lot. But Tetra players are joyed because their beloved weapon is just a tiny little bit better. That Reef Slider now being able to deal. I actually don't exactly know what they changed to it, but it being a little bit better is always very helpful. Egg-Ray here getting some turf on the map, trying to hit one, and now Riku here, they got the Reef Slider and used it again and actually do a lot of damage to Red Spy and to IPS, which was a trade, but considering that IPS, considering that one of them actually almost had their special ready, I believe it was the junior IPS all having their special ready, it probably helped a lot to defend that zones a little bit longer. But we are going on a small little break until our next match is ready. And considering what we've had so far, grab some snacks, grab a drink, because we are about to go in for a good one.
Yo, we are back! It is still Paddling Pool 200, 4-year anniversary, golden, everything. And with round 3, we're going to see Brave versus Uprising. This is the final round of groups. And we will start on Brightwater Springs. I am Pat, still with Hat. Not confusing at all.
No,
How are you,
definitely, definitely not. I am very good coming out of our last match from Cascade against content. I am very, very hyped for this map. It is a legendary Uprising, which they've been there forever already with Glash, U-Snipe, and Little against Brave, Choco, Neck, Blanche, and Ruru. Let's see how this is going to go. Starting off, like I said, on Splatzone's Brightwater Springs. A very controversial map by the community, as a lot of people tend to don't like it. And I have to be honest, I completely agree. I think this map is absolutely horrific. I don't think it's horrific. I don't want to be, oh wow, but it's so... No, it's not.
There are bad things with the map, but like, it's not the worst zones map in the game.
Oh no, I agree.
First of all, and I think like it's a map that can work where you can have like fun games. And some games will go really bad, like if the enemy gets to your ramp and spawn comes to you, like it's absolute hell. But it's a map where fun games can happen, and like where you have opportunities to do things, where you have options, and like, yeah, the map has bad things in it that will lead to bad games, but there are good things in it that will lead to good games too.
Yeah, I can agree with that take. I think that's a very strong take. Anyway, let's see how this is going to go here. We see a Hydra. We see a Little coming out, bringing the Hydra. And some small guns. Blanche also bringing out the Hydra. Two very similar looking weapon composition. The only thing differentiating them is a machine against a splatter shot. So that took me a big second.
Yeah.
The only different factor is going to be interesting because we haven't seen a couple of these weapons before. And regular splatter shot, by the way, not even a Tonic splatter shot. And it does seem to be helping Uprising because they are the ones taking the lead, getting to 90. They didn't have the first exact push, as the first push was officially done by Brave, but we don't count that, so it's only like 70. So the first real push is going by Uprising, who are going into the zone. Little bit caught by a booyah bomb, surviving it on like a sliver of HP. Blanche going to get splattered by Glacier, I believe they're called, the machine Glash, and it looks like Uprising is doing a very strong push, pushing all the way towards the low 50s and beyond, but Brave, no response yet.
And I guess the grab tank will be that response, but they only managed to neutralize the zone, not apply penalty, and now they do. That's like, Uprising is still there, still fighting, still all around the zone, and like, on this map, if you don't manage to take full control of mid and keep the other team away, like, you have still ways to get in, and it's very hard to score more than a few points. And right now Uprising is already back in control of the zone and picking the Brave guys right one by one.
Yeah, definitely doing a very strong work here. Uprising now though, they got the zone back after they're only being after Brave only being able to push to 75, which is not all too far. So now it's neutralized though by Brave, so they can go in here and start pushing, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen as Uprising is just that strong. Neck now going out with that Zipcaster, but Little seeing a Zipcaster in advance and completely destroying any chance that Neck had to go in. Now Blanche is all one life for Brave as Uprising gets rid of their penalty. Glash going in, gets one, looking at second, gets two here. No, they didn't. Choco got away and got the splat on Glash. Very big splat for Brave, although it's gonna make much of a difference as U-Snipe still going in, gets a double. That's a clip.
That's a collapse.
That's a clip. He's going further. Okay, that's the clip.
Yeah, that's the clip.
Unless he gets the fourth. Didn't get the fourth because the game ended. I hope I didn't jinx. Then clip the second one because that third was big games here by Uprising, who are rising to the top of this tournament slowly but surely as they won game number 1 on Spawn Camper Springs. Oh, I shouldn't say that actually. It's Brightwater. It's not Spawn Camper, it's Brightwater Springs. It's different.
And like, did you expect like
5 minutes ago to see a game with 2 Hydras and a collat by a Stamper.
I think 5 minutes ago I was chilling on a break eating some pudding, but no, I did not expect it. I really did not expect it. I thought, oh, here's like three here are 3 special medics and then a machine, and then the other team has 2 special medics and a machine and a tent attack because he thinks it's cool if he plays something different. And I gotta agree with you, Misty, in chat, it was a pretty good match. I'm not saying it can't produce good match, I just personally don't like it. But I'm also not that good at the video game, okay? I'm only S+1. I'm not that good at it.
Yes, but
I'm
now
trying.
we're about to see the replay. Bad attack on Blanche, and here you snipe. Oh no, first Clash getting punished by Shoko. Yeah, Shoko getting singled out, and now you snipe finishing the job with like, whoa.
I really hope we got that third one as well. Oh, there it is! Bam! That was all. They were looking for the fourth as well. I just like how they were hunting. Had one cast left, just went inside of the enemy base so deep, trying to get the spell, but unfortunately, the game didn't allow it.
I mean,
game
at that point,
really
Uprising, they knew that they won, so like, might as well have fun and go for the hunt. Listen to the call of blood.
So it was a good call to hunt. Yeah, I mean, I agree. At those points, you really should just hunt. I mean, what do you do?
So next game is gonna be on Inkblot. No, that's a map that everybody likes. I mean, it's more a map that nobody hates, I'd say.
I think 8-Ball is pretty good. It was good as Splatoon 2, it's still good now. It's the game is still quite short-ranged. But let's see how it's gonna go. Match point for Uprising, because you know it's basically always match point in a best of 3. Let's see how it's gonna go here. If we're gonna see the different composition or not. We do see Brave getting rid of their more obscure comp for a more regular composition. So 2 special medics, a stamp, and a special shot. But Uprising still going to a different duo and bringing out the L3, baby, my favorite gun in this game. Blop 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 on them and getting rid of them. And they got a splat. They got 2 Glash going in, getting 2 splats and a quick wipeout to start off this game. And it's gonna be huge for Uprising because it's gonna be big points. And they're gonna have special ready. Well, Uprising or Brave is just trying to get out of the spawn. But with you snipe there with the Zipcaster, it's gonna be so difficult. As they go 1 with the Zipcaster, looking with the second one, the Crab Tank and the Stamp getting its second player. And now pushing into the 50s with no sign of Brave even being allowed to go in. Such audacity coming from Uprising. And it's gonna be difficult for Brave because they have not found an opening yet.
And the L3 right now roaming into the enemy spawn. But it's a slaughter right now, yeah. Wipe out. And that's like... Brave, they need a miracle right now because they're getting spawn count and... That's... whoa.
It's an unfortunate sight to see for Brave as they're trying their best, but Uprising decided that, nah, we won the first game, we just want to continue to the bracket. And decided to 100-0 Brave in a very dirty fashion. That was very mean, Loki. I 100% agree. That was a very mean game by Uprising. But it also shown why they've been around for so long and why they are such a strong team. Because they have a very good record of scoring high in battling pool. And they are doing it today. They are trying to score high, because do you know why? You need to remember why, but why do you want to score very high in this tournament? Why do you want to get top 3?
Because we have a prize pool, Hat. A prize pool that I believe our viewers can contribute to. If they type !donation, which is kinda long, but it could be donate, but it's a donation.
Could be donate. It should have been donate. But no, it's donation. You go to paypal.com/paypal.me/Dapple Productions. You know what? You know what's really funny? We have a website, right? So we have Dapple. Please tell me this is a thing. It's not. We have a website. It's Dapple.in. It's a very cool website. I'm not gonna say specifically who made it, but you can find it in the footer of the website on the bottom. You can see who made it. I haven't finished it yet. I'm sorry. I haven't been very busy. But what we could have done is just have like dapple.in/donate redirect to that page. But hey, you know, A for effort. For Padding Pool 300, we can do that. But yeah, if you donate to the prize pool, we will shout out your name. And I think you can leave a message, so I will shout out a message. Can we leave a message? Let me check, actually. I'm gonna check. I didn't notice. No, I cannot log in. I'm not allowed to log in.
Okay.
I can log in into PayPal for some reason. Oh, now I can. Okay, I'm sorry. I have not prepared for this. Yeah, we can leave a message, I think. Yeah, you can add the payments for. So I can donate like €1.11.
Anyways,
and I can leave a message. Just continue. It's for friends. If you donate, please pick friends. And I have donated €1.01 to the betting pool.
Thank you.
So now I know. And then at the back end, in the Discord stream, someone should tell me that there's a donation for the tournament. That it is now €101 and 11 cents with a small little message for someone. But it isn't updated yet. I haven't received my message.
But it's updated.
It hasn't updated yet. Yeah, there we go. It's €101.11. Wow! You should donate too and support what we do and support the community, because I think every single euro we donate will go directly to the prize pool. So it's not like, oh, we're gonna take 20% of your... No, it's just 100% of whatever you donate is directly going to the prize pool. Which is what you want to do. You should support Padding Pool and support the community by giving, because we are doing this for free in our spare time. And we don't want any of your money, we just want the teams to have it. And it sounds like a charity. We kind of are a charity. I mean, technically, going by this, we are a charity. But, you know,
I mean,
different story.
Charity would be to give the money to the players that get destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, we're giving the money to the winners. Like, that's the opposite of charity. We're evil right now. We're like...
They, the winners of the tournament, they destroy themselves because they have to stay up for long.
Yeah.
I destroy myself because I'm on the mic the whole night for once. But that's enough of us rambling, I think. We are going on a small little break until we have our next pet ready. So get some more snacks, get some more drinks. We are right back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Better shot, but Uprising still going to a different door and bringing out the L3, baby! My favorite gun in this game. Blop, blop, blop on them and getting rid of them. And they got a splat, they got 2 Glash going in, getting 2 splats and a quick wipeout to start. It's gonna be big points, and they're gonna have special ready. Well, Uprising or Brave is just trying to get out of the spawn, but with you sniped out, the Zipcaster is gonna be so difficult. As they get 1 with the Zipcaster, looking with the second one, the Crab Tank and the Stamp getting its second player, and now pushing into the 50s with no sign of Brave even being allowed to go in. Such audacity coming from Uprising, and it's gonna be difficult for Brave because they have not found an opening yet.
And the L3 right now roaming into the enemy spawn. But it's a slaughter right now, yeah, wipe out. And that's like... Brave, they need a miracle right now because they're getting spawn count and... That's... whoa.
It's an unfortunate sight to see for Brave.
Don't know if you never be so sure. Style with happy, I feel baby.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Battling Pool 200, hosted here by your one-stop stream thing for Splatoon, Dapple Productions. I am Het, I am joined by Pat, and we are going to commentate on our next match. The group stage is now over. It will be the single elimination stage. It will be 1903.5 against Sanguine XYZeas, actually, I'm sorry. But before we talk about those teams, or we talk about the next map coming, it will be the last best of 3 of tonight, I am going to give a small shout out to the following donators, which some left a message and some did. We have a donation from Het. Wow. €1.11 saying Majora is cool. And I gotta agree with him right there. I think Majora's pretty cool, doing all this back end work.
He is.
And we have a donation from Xavier, €3.53 without a message. Thank you so much for everyone who donated. Not a shout out to myself here, don't worry. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. Don't get mad, okay? Don't shoot me.
Yeah, and thank you for your donations. Every euro counts. Like, we like to give back to our players who have given us like so many good moments in 200 public pools.
Yes, 200. It's 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. But now, now we're in single elimination territory, and we have the best 32 teams we could assemble. They are ready to vow for the title and the prize pool.
Prize pool of €100. Remember, like we just said, we can increase it. 32 teams of the best European teams and or pickups that are currently playing Battling Pool. We had a limit of 64, so it wouldn't last all too long. So whoever can join, that is unfortunate. Anyway, let's get. I'm gonna mention it is on stream right now, but I'm gonna mention it from top to bottom. The bracket, number 1 seed, Floppa. Number 32, Not Sintopia. Number 16, 1903.5. 17 is
Sanguine
XYZeas. Number 8 is BBKV. 25 is Shard X. Dubia. Number 9, Crab House. Number 24, Watch Bochi the Bro. Hold up. Watch Bochi the Rock. I will watch Bochi the Rock after today. Number 4, Smiley Face. Number 29, Sub Comets. Number 13, Quateranda against number 20, the Fruity Pebbles. Number 5, Robbe and Tomodachi, if I'm correct. I can only see half name. Robbe and Tomodachi. Number 28, Cascade Duck Crew, which is saw on stream. Number 12, Booyah Gang. Number 21, OPIUM. Number 2, Lemme Cook That Fam against the Final Reckoning. Number 31, 15, Ever Subs. 18 will be Makumo Time. 7, Last Resort. 26, Squidding Goods, which is a team I haven't seen in a long time. Uprising number 10 and 23, Euro. Number 3, Graveyard Shift against 30, The Hood. 14, Yessir against 19, Brella Top Tier. 6, Bingwing against 27, Munchables. And 11, If You Lose to Us. Just 2-0'd somehow. Defrost was 22. Defrost, the first team officially out of the single elimination phase. I don't know how they 2-0'd already. That is actually quite impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty fast, and we're still waiting for our game to start, but I believe they're almost ready. Just one PMC.
One player missing. Now, if we can get the maps up on stream for everyone in the single elimination round 1, best of 3. Splatoon only, of course, because it is a 10th episode of Battling Pool. It will be Flounder Heights, Wahoo Worlds, and the tiebreaker will be Undertow Spillway if it is necessary. Now, Pat, what do you think about Flounder Heights? Because it's a very praised map, and a map which people are hoping will be in Splatoon 2, but it's actually in Splatoon 3, which I think fits it a lot more than it would fit Splatoon 2. But what do you think overall about our latest map that we have gotten in Splatoon number 3?
Honestly, like, everybody is like, oh, this map is so good. I don't like it.
No, me neither.
Like, the top of a map is so brutal, and once you are, like, if you manage to get control of the
you can just win with the right team. Like, I know there are flank routes, but like the height advantage and like the walls are so long, like it's so hard to get back in. And yes, you're always in a fight in that map, and I like to get some space for myself, you know, just paint and live my life.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't like how easy it is to shark here. It is stupid to shark on the walls when you're, approaching and you're on the blind wall, and you have to go past it because you can't really check it. It's just there's too many walls from low ground to upper ground, which is I guess different than usual in Splatoon map design. But stuff like Funny Carbon Rotor can just sit there and wait, and then go ha, and you're gone. Literally, just like that. So, yeah, I don't understand everyone's big obsession with this map, but, we all have different opinions, and we are all allowed to have different opinions. Anyway, let's get this game going. 1903.5 against Sanguine XYZeas. Pat, take it away here on Flounder Heights.
Yes, and we see an Explosure on the side of Sanguine XYZeas. Meanwhile, a Splat Charger for 1903.5 is like the underrepresented charger that gets usually eclipsed by the editor, but on this map where things are a bit shorter, I think it can really shine, especially since it has a bomb and bombs. Always good to have, and right now both teams looking at each other, each with their side of each with their zone for them. Ooh. Like a take on the Explosure, but plays them left and right so far, and like I'm trying to get it with the Booyah Boom.
Yeah, they finally got one zone, but they're still looking at the second one. Sanguine XYZeas is trying to get both of these zones to start a push, but in the 3v3 scenario, it's going to be difficult. It's finally a couple players down for 903, but it still allows them to take the first official push after about a minute to score 2 whole points. It's not the longest we've seen for a first push to start, I can probably say that with confidence, but it is still quite a long time, probably the top 5. The poor Explosion just got absolutely shredded by whatever just dropped down there. That looked really funny, but it is still the lead for Sanguine XYZeas, who are currently in a lead of 3, but it is about to go away as 1903.5 has taken the zone, and It's not the. It is still the lead. They still have the lead. They finally got the lead now with 93. So it's been moved to the left right. It's still not past 90s. We've been at it for 2.5 minutes. People, come on! Finally, that took forever. That really took forever to score. No, okay, there we go. We fight on the push. That's one funny thing though about this map. I'll give it that. It can go on forever like that. That I think is really funny.
Yeah, and 2 minutes into the game, we are finally starting to score points, but already everything is contested. But 1,900, well, the number is now with 40 points, which like seems undoable after that start.
Yeah, it's a very good opening though for 1903. Even if they only scored a couple of ticks, finally getting past the 50 mark, so they can score some big points now, and they definitely did compared to the thank you so much. My pizza got brought in. Oh, my lovely sister. Thank you so much. The voice points that they got in, but Sanguine XYZ is still only at 95, and they haven't been able to properly push in as 903 is holding onto the zone security. The crab tank will now come out from the splash. You get 96 Maggie and looking at that zone, trying to get more paint in, but without paint you can't get the zone. They finally got some paint on the zone, neutralized one, but one player down. It's going to be hard to neutralize the second one and start pushing. Pat, do you think it's going to happen, or do you think it's not? With 3 players down, it's going to be difficult.
It's no penalty, and right now, like, if 2 crabs didn't manage to get both zones, but only one, and right now 1903, like, they have it. They just need to keep one zone painted and they win. And that's it. Like, as slow as it started, and then once you have control of top, like, you just roll with it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's why I don't like that map.
I do want to say though, a very good usage from Aloha with that the vacuum at the end. Like,
yeah,
have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got some great vacuums, and I love it.
No, I want to say specifically at the end where they were only a couple ticks away. So Aloha just used that ink fact just to suck up any bit of paint that could have gone onto the zone, really securing the game for Sanguine XYZeas and allowing them to really take away this game. So a very strong start for 1903 as we are preparing for our next match, which will be on Wahoo World. It's a very controversial classic. A lot of people don't like it. A lot of people do like it. I personally think it's okay.
I
think it's alright.
Like, we all want to see every map, and if we're going to see one mode from Wahoo World, it better be this one, because it's the playable Wahoo World. And that's it. It's not that good. And at least you have some space that you don't have on Flounder Heights, and it's going to play very differently. I don't expect to see the Charger come again, but I hope to see the Explode, because the Explode is so good on this map mode.
Yeah, I agree. The Expulsure is it's a weapon I think not enough people use. I think it should be used more. But it is pretty difficult to use properly, and if you're not used to how the weapon functions, for some it might actually be fairly difficult. Especially if you use the machine, it's a lot slower. Anyway, let's get on to game number 2 here on Wahoo World. Again, 1903 versus Sanguine XYZeas. 903 in the green and Sanguine XYZeas into the hot pink. It's one of my favorite color combinations from Splatoon, the iconic Splatoon 2 combination. Let's see how these teams are going to roll it out, as it looks like a fight is going to happen on the left top side of the map, as AM is flanking. The first capture will go into Sanguine XYZeas, but AM gets unfortunately called out by Aloha and by someone else. I forgot the names. But getting caught up by 2 players is definitely unfortunate, because it does allow 903 to get a couple splats into Sanguine XYZeas, but not enough, as they are still in control of the first zone and holding it quite tightly here as they gather instead of always splat on Aloha.
Yeah, and respect to Aloha for sticking with the Splat Charger, but this time with a scope. I guess the added range for this map is more than welcome. And right now, 1903.5 with the zone, with control. Aloha just looking around, I guess?
Yeah, looking for targets. I mean, they're all respawning now, but maybe there was a flanker. Aquera now with that inkjet trying to secure some splats, but it does look like they're getting any. Aloha narrowly dodging that shot. Now Sparra getting the splat on Harry, looking forward for the next one, but the crab tank comes out, spoiling their fun, as well as the machine with the flank. The special medic for Sanguine XYZeas does go down though, but it does look like it's going to be enough to stop that push, as Sanguine XYZeas do capture the zone, and then finally get a takeaway of their penalty. They have 67 points against the 41 score from 903, who takes back the zone, and AM gets splatted there by... No, it's not Kara. I have it on the wrong tab. Hold on. I completely did not prepare for this. I am so sorry.
And just like that, 1903, they leave the zone for just 5 seconds, and then they're ready to get back in. The moment your enemy has used all their specials, you can, that's the best time to use yours and take back all the points. They get penalty applied, but immediately after they get back the zone and they start scoring again. Yeah,
they do. They finally also got rid of their penalty, or almost rid of their penalty. Only a couple ticks left. It's about 10 ticks now. The penalty to get is left to start for them to pushing again. This is not really good for Sanguine XYZeas, because they have not scored a lot of points. Only made it to 67, 38 now for 903, and with 2 players down on Sanguine XYZeas side, it's going to be difficult to push in a core there with that inkjet, trying to get some splats in, but that inkjet leak is just so difficult in this game to get splats in. Sparra going in, gets splatted by Harry. Harry gets splatted by I'm gonna call them Bai because I don't know what their name is supposed to be. Never Bai's in their name. It's going everywhere left to right. Maggie going in, gets Harry. Maggie also going in to get that wicked machine or get the wicked crab. This is huge for 903. But Sanguine XYZ at the last tick got a penalty onto the zone of 903.5, delaying their victory and giving them another chance at winning, which is going to be difficult with that zone still in the hands of 1903.
Yeah, but it looks like they don't care. Like, yes, you apply penalty to us. Like, you're just making this last. We are still in control. And like right now, they're almost done with their penalty again and ready to KO. And with just one splash, I think it should be it. 2-0. I mean, the rest of the tournament will be best of 5, but this one is still best of 3, and I guess this is it for Sanguine XYZeas. Well played, but I mean,
They made it pretty far. They made it pretty far.
Yeah.
1903. I mean, these are 96 Maggie, Aloha. These are old players. Like, I think 96 Maggie was. Oh, what was the team again they were in? They were in a very big team. I forgot the name of it. It was back in Splatoon 1, I believe. Even they're playing a lot. I believe it was Splatoon 1. But either way, it's a very strong lineup of players. And it definitely shown here. 2-0ing the first set of the single elimination stage. A 2-0 on the first group stage. And a 2-0 on the first single elimination stage. You cannot make it up. It is a classic battling pool.
Yeah, congrats to both teams. And we will be back soon after a short break. We look at the bracket first.
Yeah, we see interesting bracket. Unfortunately, I just see now Cascade Duck who got knocked out by Robbe and Tomodachi. I'm not surprised, but I'm a little bit sad because I was rooting for Cascade Duck crew. Let's see if something interesting has happened to me. It doesn't look like a lot of interesting stuff that happened though. Graveyard Shift and the Hood are still going on, so that might be a very interesting match to watch. Should see. But I don't know. So far, it looks more like a normal bracket, but we'll be going on a small little break until our next set is ready.
And we are back with round 2 of top bracket of Paddling Pool 200. I am Pat, again with Hat, and we are about to show you Graveyard Shift versus Yessir. Pat, how are you doing?
I am doing very good. I just brought what? Someone just brought me a pizza magically appearing in front of me.
Ooh,
Making
nice.
me very happy, and we just came off a very strong showing from 1903 against Sanguine XYZeas. So let's see how this game is gonna go. Starting off on mincemeat. Is it mincemeat?
No, it's not Mitspitty. It's Iltel Ali.
It's basically the same. Eel to Ellie mincemeat. It's basically the same. It's just a long straight. Just kidding. I am very well prepared. Don't worry. I have been demonstrating on Eel to Anyway. Graveyard Shift in the purple and Yessir in the yellow. Let's see how this is gonna go. These are two known teams. Yessir known in Paddling Pool and Graveyard Shift recently doing a crazy domination in tournaments and actually winning quite low or scoring quite high. And let's see if they're gonna show it off here in Paddling Pool 200. Getting 2 splats right off the bat. For Graveyard Shift is huge, but the zone is also quite huge, so taking a little bit longer to paint that zone. And we also finally see our first proper meta game with 5 splash-o-matics coming out total, 3 on Yessir's side and 2 on Graveyard Shift. Very standard compositions, but it's like that because it's proven to work. And all those crab tanks are making it difficult for Graveyard Shift to hold their side on the zone as they get splatted. Terra getting splatted there in a very unfortunate way by Typhlo. It's gonna sting for Graveyard Shift because it's one of their crab tanks gone, and with the Weevil now also out for Yessir. Graveyard Shift is being pushed back, and here they lost the lead.
Yeah, they lost the lead, and especially Yessir now in control of their bridge. There's so much they can do. Zera getting out of their Zipcaster to be able to attack the bridge. Get that Stamper can do so much to shoot out the enemy. That zone so long to neutralize, so long to take control, but finally Graveyard Shift, they get... Ooh! Great attack there by the Tetras, but short-lived now. Crab Tank versus Crab Tank, Bridge versus Zone. Zeras again there with the Zipcaster getting punished. People are going down left and right now. Graveyard Shift with 2 players down, trying to keep control of the zone, but I guess they have to leave it for now. Unless
Unless finally gets a couple spots. They finally gotten something neat. The zone is still counting down. It's in the hands of Graveyard Shift. They are working slowly towards their lead. 3 players down now for Yessir. Graveyard Shift in a very strong position. Zera's looking for that last one. With the buoy bomb coming out from Funzy, ruining their funds. But they still got Funzy after that act. So showing that Zera is the better Z than Funzy. Orion trading with one of the Splashamatics from Yessir. And this might be a very good push for Graveyard Shift as they're only 10 ticks away from winning this game. Yessir has to go in, but I don't think there's time. With a couple ticks left and a machine down. Game 1 in the knockout goes to Graveyard Shift, starting out their work of putting Yessir into Paddling Pool 200's grave. But it's not done yet because there is still 3 more games to go, as this is our first best of 5.
Yeah, great first game for Graveyard Shift, and Yessir, like, not far behind. Like, they managed to get the push, they managed to take the zone and occupy it for quite some time. It's just that Graveyard Shift, once they were ahead at that bridge, they managed to keep it. Delaying. Graveyard Shift won. Congrats to them.
That was Majora. I'm looking away for a second. Come on, you can do better. You can do better. I donated €1.11 for you, Majora. Come on. But you gotta do better. Anyway, all jokes aside, best of 5. The next map will be Gorge, the Splatoon 3 announcement map, the launch map. I personally, as much as I hate the aesthetic, I personally love the layout of this map and how big it is and how it actually has options compared to something like Brainwater Springs. So let's see how these teams are going to fare out. Graveyard Shift 1-0 Yessir in the blue, Graveyard Shift in the orange. The composition stayed relatively the same, if not entirely the same. They stayed entirely the same. Oh, nice, makes it a bit easier for me. Let's see how this is gonna go here. Round number 2, game number 2, single elimination. And it looks like a lot of paint is going on the side of Graveyard Shift. Well, Yessir's trying their best with one player down, and the Crab Tank already up from Terra. It's gonna be difficult. Nico does get the spot of the Crab Tank along with her teammate Reyes. And that is good because that's 2 players down for Graveyard Shift, meaning that Yessir can finally take that zone and start pushing on their own, but it's not done yet as the zone is still in the hands of Graveyard Shift, who are doing their best to paint. And with 2 players down for Graveyard Shift and 2 players down for Yessir, it looks like it's a 50-50 fight, but with Graveyard Shift player respawning faster or earlier than Yessir's, it is their zone to keep. Typhlo on the top of the zone, trying to do anything, but Orion making quick work of that, so nothing will happen. Phoenix, of course, helped them with that, as they were also on top of that pillar. Now Yessir is looking for openings, trying to get specials, trying to get some weapons onto the zone to neutralize it. But with the time slowly and slowly ticking away further and further, they really have to make something happen, and they have to do it fast.
Yes, and it looks like they're almost in control, I mean, able to at least neutralize that huge zone. Graveyard Shift still denying. If they can just paint a little bit, they can apply that penalty and keep that game going for longer, but right now, Graveyard Shift, they manage to clean up, they get back the zone, and if they just need to do what they just did, and they got it in the bag with just less than 30 points to go.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult now for Graveyard Shift, or sorry, for Yessir to start going in, as they don't have a lot of time. And there's a Zeros just chilling in their spawn behind the Crab Tank from Typhlo. Missed the Crab Tank, but still another knockout was inevitable. And with that, I think it is a full 100-0 knockout. A little bit slowly, but it was a knockout nonetheless for Graveyard Shift, making this game 2-0, giving them match point. And it's going to look a little bit more difficult for Yessir, who are really having to... They really have to go and win some games, because if they don't, it's gonna be a tough one.
Yes, Graveyard Shift, they don't want to waste any time, they want the trio, but Yessir, they can still do something. And like, I believe like with these past 2 maps, we have like the 2 biggest zones in the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if like Museum isn't that far there either. Like, we have big zones today.
All 5 of these maps. Well, no, the first 4 are pretty big. They're pretty big zones. The 5th one it's bigger than usual, but it's not as big. It's not a Scorch Gorge or an Eelto Alley. I think it's gonna be a bit easier for Yessir to fight against them. Fighting against Graveyard Shift in Museum del Casino, just a little bit less options to go into spawns to really camp, because there's a big block in between. There's a block in the middle, of course, that they can travel over, but there's only one small pathway which can be easily guarded. So let's see how the teams are going to fare here. We see Graveyard Shift in the blue and Yessir in the orange. Let's see if the 3 Splash-O-Matics will suffice this time over the 2 Splash-O-Matics here on Museum del Casino.
Yes, and I just noticed, Yessir, they have 1 Ninja Squid. In Graveyard Shift, they don't have any, but they have 2 haunts on both one of the Splash and the Tetras. But right now, Graveyard Shift, they are already in control, they are already there. They are not wasting a single second.
I find Haunt actually interesting, now you mention it. But Slayer everyone it does, it's like a sort of free respawn punisher, or a Slayer like that, like Orion. It's going always going in deep. It is actually very interesting. Graveyard Shift is holding onto the zone still, pushing it to the 40s. But yeah, they're doing interesting weapon composition, and not really any Ninja Squid is a bit of a risky move. But if you don't need it, then having an extra move speed is actually very strong.
I mean, since the change that was made to Ninja Squid on last patch, if you don't expect the enemy to have long-range weapons, I don't think Ninja Squid is that much worth it, And right now, Graveyard Shift, they are so close to KOing, and yes, so desperately with 2 crabs trying to neutralize the zone, but they can't apply penalty, can they? Will they? No, they don't! And that's it!
That's unfortunate, but it was 3 clean KOs for Graveyard Shift, and I think with that they are looking set to have a chance to go to the finals, because if they continue on like that, it's gonna be a difficult tournament. Fight against them. They've just 2-0'd the Hood as well, and now 3-0'd Yessir. It's gonna be a whole tournament today, but that's what you get with battling Pool 200. It's gonna be an insane evening tonight, everybody. Don't forget that you can donate to Battling Pool if you type !donation in chat. You can get a link. You can donate with a message. Also in the message, please leave your name that you would be called out by, so I can shout out that message. With that, we'll be waiting for our next set, and we will also switch hosts. Yep. I will stay because I'm filling in for Chili Boy, I believe.
Yes, for Chili Boy.
For Chili Boy, whose partner is okay. Chili Boy unfortunately had to drop today because of personal reasons, but everything turned out to be fine. I'm filling in for them today, so I'll be here for 2 blocks. Pat will be leaving us, unfortunately. Pat, it was a lot of fun to host Battling Pool with you in the opening. It was very good fun, and I hope to see you again. But before you leave, where on the internet can we locate you?
You can find me on Twitter, I guess, at @batortom, and that's pretty much it. And thank you so much for having me and being there with me, Pat, and it was a lot of pleasure.
Yes, for me too, man. And we were going on a small break, so until we are at the next patch.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Welcome back everybody to Battling Pool 200, hosted on your one-stop Splatoon shop, Dapple Productions. My name is Het and we have a new voice onto the microphone for tonight. It is none other than a Pinky who is broken only by name. It is the one and only Broken Pinky. Broken Pinky, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. How are you enjoying Battling Pool so far?
Hello, Hat. Thank you very much for having me. I've been enjoying it all night a lot. I mean, this has been a great tournament so far. There's a lot of great things to come. This is only round 3, I believe. Still have a lot of amazing stuff to come, but I think we're in the top 8 of the single elim bracket, are we not?
Yes, we are indeed. Single elimination always goes by so incredibly fast. I keep forgetting about it. But we were going into the top 8. Like you said, 32 of the best teams. Looking at the bracket currently, it is Floppa House against Crab, or Floppa against Crab House, Smiley Face against Robbe and Tomodachi, who will be casting tonight. Let Me Cook That Fam against either Last Resort or Uprising, and Graveyard Shift we just saw on stream against Bang Bang. So a very, very stacked battling pool. One of the most stacked battling pools we've ever had. And we will be starting off on Splat Zones in Blood Academy. Like I said earlier tonight, it's Splat Zones only because it is a 10th week of battling pool. And all the shifty stations will be counter picks. Anyway, without further ado, take it away, Pinky. Game number 1.
That's right. This is game 1 of Robbe Tomodachi versus Smiley Face, and we're already seeing some fun comps come out. We see the Zimmy and the Tetra come out from Smiley Face, as opposed to the Inkbrush and the Splatana Stamper come out from, I believe, Robbe Tomodachi. So very interesting comps going on, and yeah, I mean, this is Battling Pool 200. You got to go big or go home. This is a big tournament, and we're already seeing the action come out tonight. We see that Stamper in mid. We see the Crab being popped on the right side of the zone. Gets the pick on Fuzzy, the Tetra player. It's 3 versus 3 right now in the zone. It's just the 2 splashes and their element support, but the Zimmy gets the nice kill on the Stamper. Very well done from Bagel here, and Smiley Face is gonna get the zone back from Robbe Tomodachi.
Yeah, Bagel put a very nice bubbler there to protect the teammate and protect themselves, and with that they could secure the kill and hold the zone for a little bit longer. They're pushing towards the low 80s, high 70s. It's going to be huge for Smiley Face because they're making a lot of progress that Robbe and Tomodachi are not making right now. Robbe and Tomodachi are working on neutralizing the zone though, with 1 splash medic down for Smiley Face. It might be looking a little bit more difficult than they wanted it to be, but losing the brush and the stamp for Robbe and Tomodachi is going to sting so much because that allows Smiley Face to go on, but they lose 3 players because of the crab tank, I believe. One of the, well, actually, they do switch because of the crab tanks, and this is the switch round that Robbe and Tomodachi is looking for. They capture the zone, but they have to hold it until 63, which is definitely possible because they knocked out 2 other players just now. So that lead is probably going to happen, but it's going to be a very tight fit.
Yeah, but Smiley Face is not going to take this lead flip sitting down. They already got 2 down on the side of Robbe and Tomodachi, and look at that, they already have the zone back. Crab Pop is going to run out soon, but there's Ice on top mid with another Crab at the ready. Bagel getting a nice pick, really taking advantage of the Zimmy. Gets the pick on Robbe too, that tries to ambush them. Goes down, but it's just a Splash-O-Matic alive for Robbe and Tomodachi. And as soon as Smiley Face loses the lead, they get it right back. And now they're going to go for that sort of suppression and try to keep Robbe and Tomodachi from entering the zone because that's your win condition on Splat Zones. Here comes Fuzzy onto the platform with these Tetras, trying to get the pick on the Splash. Instead, they get picked off instead. So unfortunate, and now Robbe and Tomodachi are starting to move into zone. They have a lot of pain on it, and it looks like they're going to get this cap.
Yeah, the cap is inevitable, and it is right here. That's why you see the top 8 players. Our boy tried to go in, but didn't actually get anything done as Ice was quick on this grab tank to counter that Zipcaster, waiting for someone to push in or paint the zone. They did paint a lot of zone, and with that, they actually got the zone back in their hands again. There's still a big penalty for them to push through, but it's not as big as the one that only 30, only 40-ish ticks, so it's not all too bad. They've been going through it slowly but surely. They still hold the lead, Smiley Face, who are also in control of the zone. Robbe and Tomodachi are making ways to push in. The crab tank is being used from one of these special medics for Robbe and Tomodachi to get the splat on ice. And look at the second player on the right, who also gets splatted. 3 players down now for Smiley Face, effectively. Only the special medic with the crab tank alive, deciding to go out because they want to play it safe. Robbe Brush going in, trying to get some paint done. The penalty is almost over, Robbe Tomodachi, and this is where they can start scoring some big points again. Robbe still still sharking there. Gets the splat on Bagel, a very strong shark. And this is going to slow down Smiley Face a little bit, but not all too much. It's a neutralized zone, but it's back again in the hands of Robbe and Tomodachi.
Yeah, Robbe has just been a thorn in the side of Smiley Face, but Robbe does go down. Nice pick on Fuzzy from the Sultana Stamper. It's now 3-3 right now. The Tetras are down, but the Stamper is a little overzealous, gets taken out by Ice. And now Smiley Face are starting to file back into zone, and they do get the cap, start to lock on a penalty. Nice pick on deserves the crab tank from Ice. And that's another dead. 2 dead on the side of Robbe and Tomodachi, and Smiley Face are just moving so quickly into their plat right now. And they're still, Robbe and Tomodachi are still 2 dead. And there's some special starting to come out from Smiley Face. You know, the Reslider is online, the crab tank is online, and they're through their penalty. They're starting to get close to getting this knockout. Fuzzy's trying to just shark here and trying to get that dive, being so patient. Robbe is trying to get around with that ink brush and just be so annoying, but right now, nothing's really happening for Robbe and Tomodachi. Smiley Face is having an utter lockout of their plat, and every time they try to drop, there's Fuzzy just annoying them. Fuzzy finally goes down, but it's not enough, and Smiley Face takes game 1.
I didn't expect it. I personally expected Robbe and Tomodachi to win, but a very strong showing from Smiley Face and especially Fuzzy, going in so deep over and over and over again, and etc. is just so annoying to hit. It's like a little mosquito, right? It's just you know it's there, and it will annoy you, but you just can't do anything about it. That's really what this is, right? That's really how this feels like right now. I think it's a very strong game by Smiley Face, but Robbe and Tomodachi also showed a lot of strength and showed a lot of good plays, especially that little shark on the unpaintable by Robbe on Bagel, a very good split right there. Now, because Robbe and Tomodachi lost the first game, they get the counter pick the second game. Remember, it is zones only. You can find the map pool in the Discord server if we are using the map pool tonight, but it is zones only. So the counter pick will really just be what map do you like, because the comps are like 50% similar. So I don't think the map matters all too much for weapons composition, but it does matter a lot for what you're comfortable in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Robbe and Tomodachi, they definitely put up a strong fight, but I mean, it's nice that you mentioned that both these comps are very similar. Both teams were rocking the double splash. They both also had a midline with the Zimmy versus the Stamper, and they also had a sort of diving weapon with the Ink Rushers the Tetra. So these are two teams that not really mechanically, but functionally, they have very similar game plans to each other. It's just which team can execute it a little bit better throughout the set. Obviously, we saw in game 1, Smiley Face executed it a lot better, really pried open Robbe and Tomodachi, and now they have to respond and try and find a map that they just feel just a bit more comfortable on. Maybe a map that's a little less suited for Tetris, and they chose Splatzone's Mako Mart as their choice. Kat, what do you think of this stage?
Mako Mart is one of my personal favorites from Splatoon 2 and carry over Splatoon 3. One of the maps that really stood the test of time very, very well. And, you know, especially for something like the brushes and the stamps, this map works so well because you have a lot of hiding spots. So I think Robbe and Tomodachi are going to have a fun time and I can definitely see why they picked it. I just think overall it's a very solid map. It works on basically every game mode as well.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find a mode and especially a viable weapon that doesn't work on Mako Mart. Pretty much everything that's good in this game is going to just be amazing on Mako Mart. Especially on Splatzones. It's just a very even stage, very even playing field, but also a very strong crab map. There's a lot of easy places for the crab to set up on those stacks and just be really annoying. So I think if we're seeing both these teams stick with double splash, I think that crab counterplay is going to be really important in deciding who wins this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a factor in Splatoon 2 so far, or Splatoon 3 so far, crab against crab. And it will probably be here for a while, unless in the next update they will have balance changes. Splatfest will be coming soon. Well, if I'm honest here, because a lot of people are complaining about crab versus crab, right, being very boring. You know, if I'm gonna be very honest here, it is way better than the missile meta we had in Splatoon 2.
Oh,
because you
100%.
actually get to see action, right? It's like, oh, I'm standing back, pew 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 pew. Look at me. No, we actually see some action, and the crab tank, it can also be destroyed fairly easily in team play. So, I honestly, as much as it's boring because we haven't got another weapon variety yet, I think it is a very okay meta. It's definitely better than the Ink Armor and the Missile meta we've seen this Splatoon 2 with like the steel weapons. So let's see how it's gonna fare here. We do see the teams running the exact same compositions. They're fairly comfortable, and there's some composition very strong from both sides. Though maybe a little bit of lack of range for Robbe and Tomodachi. Let's see is who will be paying out. Smiley Face in orange and Robbe and Tomodachi in the blue. 2 players go down, 1 on each side. 2 players now down for Smiley Face. Robbe and Tomodachi making some work of them, but the zone is still in control of Smiley Face. It will change over fairly shortly, hopefully, if Robbe and Tomodachi actually get their act together and start painting. But the main painter, Robbe, is not even close to the zone. It's up to the Splash Schematics to paint the zone, and they do paint the zone. It took a little bit longer than they probably wanted because it's valuable points lost, and you know, time in the early game is very much of the essence to build up your first lead.
Yeah, exactly. And getting a strong first lead is very important. And we sort of talked about the crab counterplay at the beginning of this match, and there's Greg getting killed with crab. But I think it's worth noting that every single Splash-O-Matic in this lobby is running Object Shredder. Just goes to show how important that crab on crab war just is. And Smiley Face understands that all too well, trying to push back in. They got 2 kills on Robbe and Tomodachi. Here comes Fuzzy with those Tetra Dualies. Gets picked off and gets the assist. It's just 1 Splash-O-Matic left on the side of Robbe and Tomodachi. Smiley Face moving back in, and they're going to get the zone back and try to secure just a really stable lead. Gray pops another crab, but gets taken out by Ace on the Splatana Stamper. Very well done to them, and Smiley Face, oh, nice direct on Fuzzy as well from Ace. Just this Splatana Stamper getting a lot of work done. They do get taken out, though, by Ice, but still doing a great job at stalling Smiley Face. But Smiley Face still has control of the zone, but 2 of them are going to go down. It's so hard for them right now in mid.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough fight here, but the lead is in control. Smiley Face, Robbe and Tomodachi just lost it by 1 point. They do have the zone though, and with only a couple ticks, they can get the lead quite easily. Reef Slider going in against Splash Schematics. Splash Schematics survive because of the sponge. Fuzzy does get the splat later on though, on 1. Looking at Surge, gets the splat on Surge, but because of the time it took to get both of them, Robbe and Tomodachi took the lead again. Now our boy Ace is fighting Fuzzy alongside Robbe. They took him out together. Robbe though taking a lot of damage and are forced to back off into the sides. They go back in. They lost the zone though, so again a penalty on them of 33. It's not all too big. They're 2 to 45, so they have a little of leverage in order to lose some time. Gray on that crab tank, looking at Ace, gets the spell on Ace, and it is going to be huge for Smiley Face because this is going to be a lot of pain that is coming in. But Gray being pressured by the stamp and is going to push them away again. So this is going to be a left and right fight.
Yeah, this Splatana Stamper from Ace has just been so strong for Robbe and Tomodachi. Nice pick on Ice from the splash on Robbe and Tomodachi, and they still have control of the zone, and they're still getting close to getting that penalty gone. And once they do, they'll really be in danger with just that severe lead. Surge gets the nice pick on Fuzzy as well, and right now, Smiley Face just really can't get anything started. It always feels like they're 2 down. It's just, there's such a suffocation from Robbe and Tomodachi here. Fuzzy trying to get something started in the zone, gets the assist on the splash. 2 down to Robbe and Tomodachi, and Smiley Face have the zone once again. Robbe and Tomodachi have not scored a point in quite a while. They've just been locked at 45. So now, Smiley Face has an opportunity here, especially as they're almost through their own penalty, start making the push for that lead themselves.
Yeah, they are getting rid of the penalty and they're slowly pushing it. A bubbler is on the zone with only 2 players alive for Smiley Face. Going to be difficult. Robbe onto Bagel. Gets splat on Bagel. Look at the jumper, and it's Fuzzy. Fuzzy also getting splatted. This is going to be huge for Robbe Tomodachi because that's 2 big painters gone for Smiley Face. Ace is looking in further, waiting at the spawn. Fuzzy jump down, but the Zipcaster comes out here. We've seen already a lot of Zipcaster in today's tournament, and we'll be continuing seeing it here as they get a splat on Gray, though they get counter splatted by one of the Special Medics from Smiley Face, but still that's a big splat onto Gray because there's one of the crab tanks gone. We've started going out, but didn't get anybody, and it just didn't look like it did damage at all. Fuzzy now getting 3-man ganked on, unfortunately for Fuzzy, 2 Special Medics and a stamp. Would be a bit too much for them to handle. About a minute left onto the game, a little bit less for Smiley Face to get back in and push that zone from 57 plus 22 to 28. But with the timer of Robbe and Tomodachi about to be over, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Robbe and Tomodachi are now out of penalty here. Their zone is at 27. They're still pushing it down despite not being in the zone, and there it is, that reslider from Fuzzy. He is going to get that cap. There's under 30 seconds left in this game, and Robbe and Tomodachi just have to make sure they still have zone. Nice kill with the whale from Robbe on Fuzzy. And now Robbe and Tomodachi trying to get the zone back. Robbe getting a little overzealous here with that ink brush. Just trying to just be as annoying as possible and just move around. There's the 1v1 with Fuzzy trying to win it. It's a trade. Smiley Faces are out of their penalty, though. They're starting to push below. They're below 40 points. It's going to go into overtime. It's going to be close. Smiley Face is still painting over the zone, trying to get this lead. They're almost there, and they get it. Barely beating Robbe and Tomodachi, and they go up 2-0 in the set.
That was a crazy, crazy combat. Can we see a replay of that Jora? Because, wow, I did not expect them to somehow get that third, or get that second game. Everything looked like it was in the hands of Robbe and Tomodachi, but they really, really just took it back.
Yeah, that Splatoon stamper ace had just been a thorn in the side of Smiley Face for the entire game, but all of a sudden, it felt like they just focused up, clutched up, and they got all the picks they needed, and they made sure that Robbe and Tomodachi never felt comfortable going in, establishing space, and I mean, it's really as simple as that, and they were able to get the lead back in overtime. Very well played from Smiley Face, and right now, they're at match point here.
They definitely are, and it's going to be a difficult decision for Robbe and Tomodachi to pick out their next map, because they lost on the map they were probably preferred on to win. Oh, we got to see the replay right here. Robbe going in, fighting 1v1 against Fuzzy. They've traded, and that was a key factor, because that means you lose your biggest painter. It's only Sirs and the other Splashomatic boat and crab tank form, so they couldn't really move in. So one flanker on the left side against the crab tank, and the other one, the crab tank adder, that did go in, but you're only on your own there. That cost them the game, though, because that's a huge loss of paint. Very, very strong plays by Smiley Face, and we are going into the next map that Robbe and Tomodachi have requested to play, and it will be Museum del Vancino.
Yeah, Zones Museum is definitely an interesting stage, you know, one of the returning Splatoon 1 maps, and it was brought over pretty faithfully, I feel like, but this is so hard for Robbe and Tomodachi now, because not only are you down 2-0 in the set, you have to win not only this game, but 2 of Smiley Face's counter picks back to back, and that is just so difficult. But they're gonna have, if they want to stay in the set and if they want to move on to this tournament, they're gonna have to win these few match points, and it's gonna have to start here on Zones Museum. No comp change from Smiley Face. They're rocking with what works, and Robbe and Tomodachi are gonna stay strong as well. We still have 4 splashes in play, and we still have the same ideas in either team. It's just which one will emerge a little bit stronger. We already see one from Smiley Face going for that flank on that left side. Robbe trying to paint with that ink brush, but gets taken out by Ice and the Plat just shooting down right at them. Fuzzy is in that left gallery. 2 are there. They both go down to the crab, though, from Zers. Smiley Face has this initial cap in the zone, but Robbe and Tomodachi have a slight man advantage right now. If they can just push in the zone, they can get it back right away.
They completely can. Robbe alive in the zone, painting so much. 3 players down for Robbe, or for Smiley Face. Only Bagel alive on the far side. Robbe coming in and just taking that out quite easily. It just really swooped in, and honestly you saw the fear in Bagel's eyes as the brush just went in with the most murderous intent I've ever seen a brush player have. The killer will 5-1 coming out to push them back a little bit. Robbe with the kill, of course, being very strong. Zipcaster also ready in the hands of Ace. They got a trade with Bagel, which I think has a very good trade. Losing a bubbler for Smiley Face is probably what they didn't want. The crab tank is out for Grey, though. I don't know what that's going to do, but ultimate Robbe does go down on the side. Fuzzy did get splattered by one of the crab tank from Zers, who is looking into the enemy spawn, looking at Grey. Got a hit on Grey. They're fairly weak right now, and they are splattered here as well. 22 ticks left for Robbe and Tomodachi to get that knockout and get the win they finally want. They've been looking for one win in this set, and they haven't gotten one, and it is match point 4. Smiley Face, though, that zone quickly got taken over by Smiley Face, as they are now getting rid of the penalty and start counting down points again.
Yeah, Smiley Face finally gets his cap in the zone, but Robbe and Tomodachi locked him out for a long time. But this is sort of Smiley Face's chance for a comeback, and it's going to be a big one. We saw, I believe, I forget who it was. I think it was Gray get that pick on that crab tank, and that's kind of what really helped solidify Smiley Face's hold. Now they're starting to move in, but Fuzzy is down. But they did get Ace down on a Splatoon stamper, but that crab is all the way up there from Zers, gets a nice assist, trying to get some more picks, trying to put some more pressure, but Smiley Face is starting to get close to this lead here. They're at 41 points. They're below 40 right now. Bagel is trying to hold the zone in mid for as long as possible, just trying to keep Robbe Tomodachi from getting there. There's only about 10 seconds left before the lead switches, and right now, Robbe Tomodachi are 2 down. This Stamper is stuck in a zip caster, can't help how they want, and that lead is going to go back to Smiley Face, and right now, they're about 5 ticks away from getting the knockout. They're doing so well right now, just holding the zone, but the zone does get flipped by Robbe Tomodachi at the last second.
It's really like a mirror match like last game, except for this might be the one for Robbe Tomodachi, but they're looking for. That 3 ticks is super scary, and again, scary with 3 players on Robbe and Tomodachi's side, and the fact that Smiley Face is already holding that zone again. They have a big penalty of 40 plus. They have 50 or 60 something penalties, so it's a very big one. But, you know, that might be over in a couple seconds, because I think every couple seconds it's 2 ticks. So it's going to be difficult for Robbe to go back in, especially when they're losing players left and right. 3 players down now. 4 Smiley Face is hopefully the opening that Robbe are looking for. But that bubble right in the middle gets destroyed by Ace. Ace gets destroyed by Fuzzy. People going down left and right. The zone is in the hands of Robbe Tomodachi just in time. The penalty was almost over. They can still do it if they want to. Fuzzy just jumped in. Robbe missed the bomb. That's unfortunate, but they have zone still in their control. It's going to be hopefully a long one. The 2 players down for Robbe Tomodachi is not going to help it much in case. A crab tank from Ice looking over the zone, forcing Robbe away along with Fuzzy. Going to make it difficult for Robbe to go in. Robbe gets a very good spot on Fuzzy. Fuzzy made a wrong prediction there, flying to flank. And now it's again the zone in the hands of Robbe and Tomodachi, but they have to hold it for longer than they held it earlier. With 2 players down again, it's not gonna happen. It's gonna be difficult, but those 2 players are defending for life. Zone in a neutral state though, with more players on the field for Smiley Face in the middle. It's gonna probably switch here. Anything can happen with the crab tank, and it was just enough pain to get the zone again in the hands of Robbe and Tomodachi. Though can it stay there? Crab tank from Zers in a very unfortunate position, getting pushed away, but gets not a Fuzzy because of the burst bomb. Bagel gets the refrag though. Ed is now painting in the zone, and the bubbler is ready. Kidder will 5-1 coming out, forcing Bagel to move, but it's enough for them to paint the zone again. And it's looking like Smiley Face is about to win this match with about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Smiley Face finally gets that zone back. You know, Robbe Tomodachi held that zone for a long time, but ultimately, it was contested for so long, they barely even got through their penalty. They actually didn't get through it, just got restacked on them. But now Robbe Tomodachi have the zone once again, and we're about 15 seconds away from going into overtime. Here's Rob trying to, and that's a nice pick on Fuzzy from the splash on Robbe Tomodachi. We're about 10 seconds shy from going into overtime, and Robbe Tomodachi are almost through their penalty here. Here's Rob on that brush, gets that nice pick on Fuzzy. That's how these things start. Bagel forced to pop Bubbler in an unideal spot to stay alive against Ace. Ace is here, but trying to get focused down by the specials. Ace gets taken out. That's 2 dead on the side of Robbe Tomodachi, 3 dead, and that's going to be the win for Smiley Face. 3-0 over Robbe Tomodachi, and they move on to top 4.
I don't think anyone really expected that, personally. A very strong showing from Smiley Face. One game where they thought they wouldn't win. Another game where we thought Robbe Tomodachi would win, but it looked like Smiley Face was just a bit too strong. And I think their name is on their face right now, because this 3-0 victory is a very strong one.
I mean, it might not have been the result we expected, but at the end of the day, this is Bagel and Ice from Starburst. This is Gray from Alliance Rogue. This is Fuzzy we're talking about. These are some incredibly skilled players, and I mean, you can't count them out. They're just so incredibly strong, and they're able to make these insane comebacks, and that's what we saw in Game 2, and that's what we saw a bit in Game 3 before Robbe Tomodachi almost took it back from them.
I cannot agree with you more. These players have been in the community for such a long time, and they're here to stay. And it just shows how strong some of these players are and how stacked Battling Pool 200 is. It's always like, but Battling Pool 100 was like this, and Battling Pool 200 will also be like this. Let's go look at the bracket right now as we just finished our match. Crab House against Smiley Face is about to come up. Let me cook that fam. 1-3-0 against Let's Short and Graveyard Shift and Playwing are still duking it out. Flippa Floppa lost 3-0 to Crab House. So if Graveyard Shift also does this, we'll be having a full 3-0 round, which is crazy for top 8.
Yeah, that's kind of insane for this tournament, again, just because of how stacked it is. Like, Last Resort has been a pretty established team for a few months now. Flippa Floppa is a pick-up with Kyo and Biscuit, which is just insane that they're out at 5th. This is an insane tournament. It's only going to get more insane as we go on because these plays are not stopping.
No, they really are not. And they're all fighting for that little jackpot of $100-ish. It's 100. Hold on, it's about $103 or $104.64, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna look this up quickly. Yeah, it's €104.64. Now remember, everybody who's watching the stream, if you type !donate, you can donate to the prize pool. And every single euro you donate will go directly to that prize pool. So you can help support your favorite team or player, hopefully win a little bit of cash. This is also, I want to mention it, a very good practice round for 20XX, which is also about to come up February 12th. In about a week and a half. So it's will probably be the biggest Splatoon 3 major yet, with a $1,400 prize pool. It's crazy times to be in part of the Splatoon community.
Absolutely, it's just pure insanity what's going on. But we are going to go on just a quick short break before our next set. But make sure not to go anywhere, because if that's anything to indicate, these sets are only going to get better and better, and the play is only going to get stronger and stronger as we go through this bracket. So see you guys after this break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Paddling Pool 200. My name is Broken Pinky, I am joined here by Hat, and we are going to be getting right into top 4 here. These are the last 4 teams left in this bracket. We're going to be looking at this side of the bracket, which is going to be Lemme Cook Dat Fam versus Graveyard Shift. Hat, how you feeling about the set that's going to be coming up?
It's a good set on the pot. Not gonna lie, we saw Graveyard Shift earlier being crazy strong, and let me cook that pot, of course, also is being very strong in this tournament. Before I talk about it further, we have a small donation, 20 euros by Alice. I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on Paddling Pool the last several years and kept it running, even when I could not. We're gonna have a great future at Paddling Pool, and we'll see you for 300. I cannot wait for Paddling Pool 300, but we are currently today here at Paddling Pool 200, so let's get this show started, starting off splat zones on Hammerhead Bridge. Can you tell us a little bit more about this map and things you might expect from these teams that we see today?
Yeah, so Hammerhead Bridge really only has one, well, it has the one main route into mid, which is through that ramp that comes from your spawn, and that's the most contested area of the stage most of the times, because once you get control of that zone, you are trying to push off on that ramp and make sure you can lock the other team out. So this is really going to be a battle of which team is so coordinated that they can push through that lockout, or just whichever team will be sturdy enough to make it so that the enemy can never make it to zone. There is obviously that left-sided flank that drops you right into the left side of mid, but a very coordinated team can call it out. So there's a lot that can happen here. This is a team that really, or this is a map mode that really rewards your ability to coordinate with your team to just push through a strong defense, because Hammerhead is known for being very lockout heavy, especially on splat zones. But with that being said, we're going to get right into it. This is going to be game 1. Never mind.
That was the wrong notification on our screen. To disconnect, we haven't had it on stream yet, so technically it's not a Splatoon tournament without something going wrong.
This is very true.
I think in my history of like streaming Paddling Pool, well, I wasn't there every time. I want to say 100-ish episodes of it. I think I had 2 where I was in that didn't go wrong, something like that. So yeah, no, I can comfortably say it's not a good Splatoon tournament without something going wrong. And well, I remember one that was actually funny. It was I wasn't Paddling Pool, but it was like a Splatoon tournament. I was commentating in, and then Discord, of course, in the middle of a major, had a server issue, and everyone was locked out of Discord. So we had to use Google Meets in order to in order to get it going.
I thought you were about to say you busted out the Nintendo Switch Online app. That would have been way funnier.
I mean, honestly, that's a mood. But then
isn't that what people use it for? Come on.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it will be hard though to get it on stream. But hey, or did you get your stream? But hey, for effort, right?
You know what? We tried our best, but with that being said, now we're going to be getting into it. This is going to be game 1 of Lemme Cook Dat Fam versus Graveyard Shift. First match of top 4, and we're starting off on Splat Zone's Hammerhead. So let's just take a quick look at these comps, see what we're rolling with. We see the Flingza Roller and the Sultana Stamper on the side of Graveyard Shift, as well as the Leader and Dually Squelchers from Lemme Cook. Very interesting comps to start things off. Yeah,
definitely. I like how they're switching away from the meta, and I like how they actually use a missile. I don't have thought I'd say that. But missile in this game, I think, a bit more interesting than they were in Splatoon 2, probably because of the massive overuse we had in that game. Let's see how it's gonna go. Lemme Cook in the green and Graveyard Shift on the pink. Graveyard Shift is going in a little bit deeper than Lemme Cook that up, fam. But Phoenix now here fighting against Jared. Gets spell on Jared and pops a crab tank right away to secure that zone and do massive damage to everyone in the back. Still on the right side, trying to go in for a flank side Q, but just not enough. That E-leader is being pressured so hard by the burst bombs and the crab tank that they decided to just jump out for safety reasons. Orion going in with the famous Tetra duties, gets splattered by Leafy, who are looking at Phoenix. Buoy bomb inside of the zone. Phoenix quickly to paint over that to keep their side of the zone up, keep it in their color. They have a big lead of 59. It's not going to be enough paint in there as Graveyard Shift finally took that zone, or sorry, if Lemme Cook finally took the zone and started painting for himself. It was a very strong opening push for Graveyard Shift.
Yeah, but Graveyard Shift, they were contesting down for a bit, but now 3 of them go down. It's just that flank roller left for them, and now Lemme Cook, starting to cook a little bit, starting to move forward. Nice pick on Orion, all those Tetris from Leafy. We're going to look at Q's POV here in the zone, trying to just make sure that Graveyard Chips cannot comfortably enter mid with that E-Leader's such insane range pressure. And Leader's still trying to put on some pressure, but there goes the lead for Lemme Cook. Nice flank from the Stamper on Q, but gets taken up by the machine, and Graveyard Chips is once again 3 dead. It's just that flank that left alive. Max on that machine got the very nice pick on the Stamper. Leafy's pushing forward with that splash. Doesn't get taken out, but they still have about a quarter of their crowd when they respawn. Phoenix is just trying to make something happen with their team, but Lemme Cook just is holding a dominant hold of the zone, making sure that Graveyard Chips cannot approach mid. Zero's just trying to get some picks of the Stamper, but the Tetris go down. Orion gets picked off. The E-Leader gets taken out, though. That's a huge pick for Graveyard Chips, and they get the control of the zone once again.
Yeah, it's a very good comeback for Graveyard Shift. The zone 21 for Lemme Cook is a very big lead, and the penalty for Graveyard Shift luckily isn't that small, only a couple ticks now, so they could easily get it. 2 players down as well, the Splash Medic and the Dually Squad is going to be a big push coming in for Graveyard Shift. Penalties up, they're totally ticking down. No splash already on either side though, the E-Leader just gotten their Wave Breaker, and that might help them a lot, though the timer is slowly ticking further and further, close towards the lead. The missiles are out for Graveyard Shift, the Wave Breaker's out for Lemme Cook, the Booyah's out for Lemme Cook. Can this be enough to get that zone back? It's so much pink ink on it, Crab Tank gets destroyed. The zone is still in the hands of Graveyard Shift after a small little break. Orion gets planted though, and that's going to be huge, but the lead is about to shift to Graveyard Shift at the last possible moment. Lemme Cook that up, fam, quickly baited that zone at 21 against 21, forcing Graveyard Shift to go on 22, because you can have equal scores of 2-3. A very good push for Lemme Cook at the last minute, waited for the perfect opening, and they got it. And now it's up to Graveyard Shift to get back into the game. So that's a big momentum shift for them, and having a penalty of 53, they have to push. It's going to be such a long way for them to finally score those 2 ticks that they need.
Yeah, Lemme Cook just had an incredible defense there just at the very end, coming in with the perfect timing, but Graveyard Shift still trying to shift that lead over to their side, but 2 of them are dead. That zone's going to be very easy for Lemme Cook to take. They can just paint a little bit of it, and they do get it. There's about a minute and a half left in this game, and Graveyard Shift is going to have to make something big happen. Orion is down on this Tetris. The machine gets the pick on Zera. Jared is starting to move forward with those dually splashers, just trying to push Graveyard Shift as far back as possible. Leafy has that crab popped onto their plat, just trying to suppress them as much as possible. The splash goes down. Graveyard Shift does not have their own crab. They don't even have their own missiles right now. Things are looking rough for them, and Lemme Cook is almost through their penalty, and there's only a minute left in this game. We might even make it that far. Lemme Cook is still holding a dominant hold in this zone. They're through their penalty now. They're starting to score points. Orion tries to come in with the Reef Slider, but gets picked off. 2 dead on the side of Graveyard Shift, and Lemme Cook is just going to hold this all the way to knockout. Nothing's going to contest it, and Lemme Cook just gets that game won very easily.
Very strong back and forth from both of these teams. Graveyard Shift, I think it's the first game they actually lost. I'm not entirely sure for that. I'm gonna look it up quickly. No, they lost with the Paying as well. So this is the second game they've lost this tournament, which is very strong. With Lemme Cook that up, fam, and Lemme Cook that fam is still technically on a lossless streak through the groups or to the final stage. Of course, anything can change, but this is looking like Graveyard's or looking like Lemme Cook's game to win. Though there's penalties now, or penalties? I'm sorry, there's counter picks. Got the mix together. There's counter picks now for Graveyard Shift, so they can pick the map they are very comfortable with. Considering the difference in weapon compositions, this counter pick might actually matter quite a lot, because they can really pick one that's really geared towards their composition compared to the comp of Lemme Cook.
Yeah, this counter pick is going to be very important for Graveyard Shift. As you mentioned, Lemme Cook that fam has not lost a game yet in this open bracket. They have a ton of momentum on their side, and Lemme Cook that fam just has, just trying to roll over Graveyard Shift right now. Graveyard Shift is going to have to be very meticulous with their counter pick, something that really suits their advantages and suits what they want to play and how they want to play it. Maybe something to really slow down the aggression of Lemme Cook that fam, because they were just going all over the place. But also, you have to consider there's .Q on that E-Leader. You have to pick a good anti-E-Leader map just so .Q doesn't get all those amazing angles that just utterly just wrecks you from so far away.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's important for your team also to play together well. And if you saw it from both teams, I feel like Orion, I think, just went in a little bit too deep every now and again, really forcing a lot of pushes back towards spawn, and that cost him a lot of time. Before I talk about the next map and the competition we might see, I want to give a shout out to Dapple Productions and a big thank you for everyone who followed, because we just hit 2,500 followers on Twitch. Thank you everyone who follows and or subscribes. We appreciate you, and we cannot do what we do without you viewing. So thank you so much. And let's get the rest of the show on the road, because we are going to celebrate our 2,500 followers on Wahoo World.
We're going to the amusement park in celebration. I mean, certainly one way to celebrate it. Wahoo World is kind of similar to Hammerhead Bridge in this game, in the sense that your best and your easiest approach option through mid is a very narrow choke point, and we saw how well Lemme Cook That Fam was able to hold a strong choke point in the last game. So we're gonna have to see how Graveyard Shift sort of shift their idea and their strategy here to more accommodate the map mode at play here. Graveyard Shift gonna be going for a second splash instead of the flings a roller, and Lemme Cook That Fam not changing their comp at all. They know it's been working. They want to keep it working.
This was the original composition that Graveyard Shift been using for most of the tournament before the last game, so it's probably just out of safety that they wanted to pick it back. Maybe the things didn't work out all too well as they lost last game. So let's see if that second slash medic can make all the difference that we're losing. Leaf against by Xeris in a very early opening pick. Orion does go down to someone, I believe it was the Charger. Now respawning. The zone in the middle is mainly painted purple, but quickly taken over by the yellow paint. So they can finally start pushing. Graveyard Shift is the first one to get the opening push on their way, and they're putting a lot of pressure onto Lemme Cook as they wipe out their team. This is a golden opportunity for them to get their special and get positioned in. But Orion goes in a bit too deep, was a bit too greedy, gets fed up by Jared, and that's going to cost them a special and going to cost them a player. And with the amount of special that Lemme Cook is now receiving because they're not in control of the zone, it's going to be difficult for Graveyard Shift to start defending. But the specials aren't being used yet, they're being very passive. Zeros now also going in super deep to the spawn, gets fed up by Leafy again. Not going into deep is a very risky move. Phoenix get the splats on Leafy though. And 3 players down again for Lemme Cook. And the 4th one about to go down. 2 wipeouts in a row for Lemme Cook. Graveyard Shift is the one who is looking out to win this game. But you never know.
Yeah, I mean, this point total is already below 15. There's no time left. Leafy's just trying to contest the zone with that crab, but it's just not happening. There's the contestment though. We're gonna have to see if they can flip this zone. But yellow, it's still predominantly painted yellow. Graveyard Shift go 2 down though, and finally Lemme Cook gets that zone. It's just the splash left for Graveyard Shift. They are forced to back away, and they do get taken out. And now Lemme Cook are up 3 players. That splash is coming from spawn, but it's just that Stamper holding strong. Would you see Jared trying to go around, trying to go to spawn and get that flank? Nice pick on that Stamper from Jared. Very well done. And now Lemme Cook starting to cook a little bit. Orion gets taken out by Jared as well. This insane sequence from Jared is so strong. Here is Terra on that crab. Gets the pick on Max with the machine, but gets sniped by Q from across the map. So strong. And Q just putting on so much pressure onto Graveyard Shift almost single-handedly. The sidelines on the stage from E-Leader is so strong. And all of a sudden, Lemme Cook are getting close to that lead. Jared is in a 2v1 right now. Neither gets spotted. Phoenix gets taken out. But Lemme Cook are just trying to keep this zone. Here comes Orion on those Tetras. Gets the double kill. Gets Q and Tetra. And Graveyard Shift gets the zone back.
Very important for Lemme Cook because they had a big ball rolling with Graveyard Shift. Really took it back about as late as she wanted it to make. I don't think they wanted to make it that much later because that zone still is 30 ticks away for them. 30 ticks lead is going to be not massive, but it will be enough for a small buffer. Now a lot of pressure coming out for Lemme Cook. The grab tag and the Booyah Bomb, the Wave Breaker as well. So they used 3 specials. If they didn't use all 4, we didn't see the 4th one coming out. Maybe it was used because nobody is close to special. Very big special uses for Lemme Cook to get that zone back. To still have a big 60 penalty that they have to push through. Orion being splatted by the Wave Breaker. Such an unfortunate sight to see. You never want that because this is again a very good fight for Lemme Cook. That up. Lemme Cook that fam. They have a couple splats onto Graveyard Shift, but Graveyard Shift is nowhere near pushing. They're all inside of the spawn or they're plat. Max is in zone defending. Shy is in zone defending. Jared is in zone defending. Crab Tank coming out. Is going to be enough. Those Zipcats going out as well onto that machine. But the machine skillfully dodges it. The zone is now in the hands of Graveyard Shift. So still waiting. The buffer of 3 ticks was used nicely as they put it from 16 to 13. So they used the buffer nicely, but still anything can happen. Orion going in quite deep again. They've been doing this all this time, but without a lot of success. The penalty for Graveyard Shift is about halfway done. We see the crab tank from Leafy coming out to the zone and trying to paint it. Zeros gets splatted inside of the zone. Unfortunately, Orion gets a splat on max with that Reef Slider. Big splat there. Leafy fighting them now as well. They didn't get the splat on Leafy, but to force Leafy down, it was enough time for Graveyard Shift to get in control again. Even though the lost zone have a bigger penalty, they still are in control and they still are defending with their life. Leafy now coming out with the crab tank, trying to bait zone. The counter crab tank coming in from Graveyard Shift as well as a Booyah Bomb from Lemmy Cook. Make quick work of Phoenix there. And it looks like Graveyard Shift or Lemmy Cook is finally on track to beat it, but the zone gets painted quickly over by Graveyard Shift and then back to Lemmy Cook, resetting their penalty as well.
Yeah, but there's only 20 seconds left in this game. Lemmy Cook is gonna have to use it overtime if they want to win this game. There's Jared going up very far with that dually squadrons, but they're almost at their penalty. This is Graveyard Shift's last chance. They have about 10 seconds until that penalty is done, and that the lead is going to be in jeopardy. Here comes Zera onto that zone, but gets sniped by Q. Very nice defense. Now Lemmy Cook just have to paint over the zone a little bit longer. It's stalled at 4. It's stalled at 4. We're in overtime. It's just Jared. It's not going to be enough. Graveyard Shift barely defends that zone long enough and takes that game too.
Crazy how they somehow took it back 1.3 to 4. That is almost the lowest possible you can have. That is insane. Those penalty resets mattered so much because it was just enough time for Graveyard Shift to make their counter pick count. But it does show even in their preferred map, it's gonna be a very difficult challenge to beat out Lemmy Cook, and especially if Lemmy Cook now can get their own counter pick. But can we please, I hope you clipped the majority, can we please go get the last couple seconds of the match?
That was
above to see what happened, because it was a crazy scene there.
That was absolutely insane. Like, just the contestment in the last few seconds of that game, and we're seeing it right now. Just that Zipcaster flying all over, just trying to just make sure that zone is just distracted for as much as possible. And that's enough time for Graveyard Shift to just file in, and they get all the picks they need. Jared is just left alone, and just such a nice defense from Graveyard Shift, just barely holding on. And that's the first game Lemmy Cook that fam has lost all tournament, which is kind of big, you know. They haven't lost one yet, and they finally lost one.
Yeah, they do, and now they're bringing it home towards their own home, Flounder Heights. A controversial map, in some eyes a loved map by many, one of the best maps from Splatoon 3, Splatoon 1, according to the community. To go back, Flankers Haven, Cobra Rollers Heaven, if you call it me. I personally hate it so much, but everyone else seems to be enjoying it, so I'm gonna let them have their own fun. But let's see what they are gonna bring. Lemmy Cook chose Flounder Heights, so I'm pretty sure they're very confident in their skills on that map. Remember, it's a 10th episode of Battling Pools. It will all be splat zones, which I think it takes away a little bit of the strategy with counter picks. But hey, I don't make the rules around here. I only follow them. Let's see what these teams are going to bring out here in game number 3.
Yeah, this is game 3 of the series here. Both teams are tied 1-1. The winner of this game moves on to match point. We see the Dynamo Roller come out from Terra. Very interesting. We see the T-Tech come out from Leafy instead of that Splash. Makes sense. This is one of the slightly weaker crab maps, but Tri-Strikes in the stage are just ridiculous. But that Dynamo Roller from Terra is very surprising. I honestly would have never expected it, but I guess Graveyard Shift really wants that Tactical Lure, really wants that paint. And that Tactical Lure is already online. They're all juiced up, trying to take control of the enemy street. That's going to be a trade from the Stamper and Jared. But the Dynamo just gets taken up by Q immediately. Nice snipe. But Lemmy Cook is at a player disadvantage right now. Graveyard Shift has the player advantage right now. They have control of their own zone once again. They're trying to go for Graveyard Shift's zone. You do see some trying to take advantage of that trench area. Jared is just trying to make something happen with those dually swelters. Zera's just trying to be annoying with that Sultana Stamper, but getting a little caught up on this wall here. Trying to get some picks in the streets. Here comes Leafy. Leafy and Zera are going to get that trade. The zone still has not been taken once. It's been almost a minute, but Lemmy Cook actually gets that first cap of the game and gets the pick onto Terra and trying to get those jumps in as well.
Yeah, getting a pick on Tyra was big, because even if they put the attack cooler down, they couldn't make much use of it, and the Dynamo could just paint the zone in one flick if they really wanted to. So it's getting rid of that, the same as getting a pick on Orion after they jump. Even though Jared also got splatted, I think it was a better pick, because Orion just respawned and they were offline again straight after. Orion just casually waiting, trying to get something done. Terra now being caught out in the middle of Ink Strikes and then being splattered by a Splat Bomb. 3 players down for a Graveyard Shift. This is not looking good for them at all. Let Me Cook is going in. And they're going in fast. They're really making work of that high guard area because if the push is up. Orion getting caught by Q. Now looking at Terra, who's just behind the block of Phoenix with Crab Tank on the right side. Trying to get as much done as they can. But even though the Crab Tank can shoot bombs, the paint isn't enough. But Terra gets a good defense there against by Shmedic. Max also splattered by Phoenix. The zones are still in the control of Let Me Cook though. They push it all the way down to 14. And there's only Zeras to paint those zones. And that's not going to happen. It's a lone stamp. It's not going to do all too much. Orion in the zone. Gets splatted. Gets one splat with a couple ticks left. Graveyard Shift really have to go in and get both zones to do anything. But with 2 ticks left now, Graveyard Shift is not looking too hot. And a clean 100-0 puts Let Me Cook into the advantage and giving them match point. This is not looking super hot for Graveyard Shift. I don't know if the Dynamo Order really was the optimal weapon choice there.
Yeah, I don't know about that Dynamo either. I mean, it was a clean 100-0. It wasn't easy by any means, but I mean, Let Me Cook just got control of that zone and they never gave it up. Graveyard Shift just was not able to recover. And now Let Me Cook is at set point here. They're at match point. If they win this next game or even the game after that, they move on to grand final. So there's a lot of the line here. And now Graveyard Shift is going to be forced to pick another counter pick. And this is one that matters because they not only have to win on this counter pick, they have to win on Let Me Cook's counter pick if they want to win the series and move on to grands themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. A little bit of a bracket update. Crab House lost 3-0 to Smiley Face. Smiley Face won 3-0 against Robbe Tomodachi, which we just saw on stream. They won 3-0 against Free Pebbles and they won 2-0 against Quataranda. And I believe Smiley Face also completely wiped out their stage. Let me quickly look it up.
Yeah, 3-0 for Crab House.
Yeah, they destroyed everything in their path. It's going to be a tough challenge to face against them. And if Let Me Cook That Fam wins this set, they'll be facing off against them. And if Graveyard Shift wins this match, we will be going into a best of 5 fifth map. Which, I don't think we have not seen a... Well, we have seen the best of 3. 1-1. But that's the only one we've seen so far. It was like the second match we streamed. So maybe we'll see a 5th match, but it's gonna be interesting. Let's see what these teams are gonna bring. We're still waiting on the counter pick for from Graveyard Shift to see what they bring. But they're in a bit of a difficult decision because, well, everything they've picked so far. Well, okay, no, that's actually not true. They won Wahoo World, but you know, it's still a big challenge to win against Let Me Cook, especially with the more range. And it looks like they have chosen to go on Brine Water Springs. Would have been my first choice, but if they're comfortable with it, I will support them nonetheless.
Yeah, Brine Water Springs definitely would not have been my first choice, but I mean, this is still a very interesting set. I think this is the first game 4 we've had on stream, which, I mean, we're already in unrequited territory here. I mean, this is the furthest we've gotten in the set. Can we go the full 5 games? Will Graveyard Shift be able to make us go the distance, or will Let Me Cook That Up Fam be able to stop them right in their tracks? Zones Brine Water, another very narrow map, much like Wahoo World. But unlike Wahoo, it's very small. There's not a whole lot of room to turf on the map in general. That zone is tiny, mid is tiny, and if you can get onto that ramp, you can just lock people out so easily, and you can push so far up without that much risk, really. So it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams sort of approach the stage and how they're going to try just lock these teams out as much as possible.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. I mean, also, Brine Water Springs doesn't have a lot of escape roads, so for flankers, it's going to be a tougher challenge. And considering Orion and Zaris are more flank players than for example, Leafy and Jared, it is an interesting reason why they picked it, because there's not really a lot of big flanks, and there's definitely no escape routes if your flank does go wrong. So I'm interested to see why they decided to pick this. But let's see match point here for Lemme Cook fam. Let's see how it is gonna go.
Yeah, that Dynamo is gone. Graveyard Shift saying that was just a one-time thing. We're back to Double Splash. I mean, Double Splash is what won them game 2 in the series. We already see the quick flank from Orion on those Tetris. We see the quick flank from Jared as well. Trying to stay a little more secretive, not really painting up. Orion's already in the zone, just trying to get something going with that Tetris. Spamming that this way button. Calling for the teammates to come with them, but they get taken out. But the Splash gets taken out too. This is a 1-for-1 trade that Orion definitely favors. But that Splatoon Stamper on Graveyard Shift is down as well. The redead for Graveyard Shift is just that Splash holding Crab. And Lemmy Cook is going to have that zone, and they're starting to move up. Q is setting up some mines on the way to make it even harder for Graveyard Shift to get in. But the Tetris get the nice pick on that leader. Leafy gets the pick on them though. Leafy gets picked by Zera on that Stamper though. Very well played for the Stamper. Stamper trying to kill Jared. Nice kill on Jared. Zera, I believe, gets a double here. And that's going to keep the zone and Graveyard Shift's control for just a little bit longer. But Zera gets taken out by Max. This is already a very hectic match in the first minute.
Yeah, it definitely is. And they're still looking to go stronger. The lead is about to shift from Lemmy Cook to Graveyard Shift. Zone is neutralized though. They're only a couple ticks away from getting a lead. 11 ticks to be precise. And it is no time at all. But looking at it now, it might be quite a long time because they just lost the zone at 71. That they had every single special and player to have that around. Phoenix flanking, but with that marker on his back, it's going to be super difficult. Orion being caught out by the Booyah Bomb. Only Terra also just jumped in, but the Booyah Bomb was there. Oh, he was on the crab, but he still got splatted, and they got 2, leaving a 2 big splat. Looking at Phoenix now. Can they get the splat of Phoenix? Yes, they can, with the help of their teammate. And with the last one, Orion there, they got an effective wipeout. Let me cook that fam is going in, and they're going in hard. They get rid of that penalty and are now pushing forward. The score is slowly but surely being settled in by Lemmy Cook. They're securing the win more and more every single second. They're pushing it all the way below 50s now. Q now in its own painting because Sarah painted over it. The Wavebreaker now going in, making it even more difficult to flank. Phoenix being called out by that Wavebreaker. No, actually, no, sorry, I thought he was, my bad. He was not caught with the Wavebreaker. Got the splat onto Q. Gets the Crab Tank to counter Leafy. Gets the splat on Leafy. Looking at the next one, Max. Max being forced out, but Orion pushing in deep to get the spot anyway. Max made it to spawn. Zera now going into Q with that Zipcaster, but Q said, no, I kind of don't like that, and got him alongside the teammate Leafy. And this looks very good for Lemmy Cook, because even if Graveyard Shift holds the zone, they're not going to hold it for very long.
Yeah, it's just been an utter bloodbath so far, but now Graveyard Shift are 2 dead, and Lemmy Cook is starting to cook a little bit more, starting to push up a little bit more. Max has that Booyah Bomb to keep him out of the zone. Orion gets picked off on those Tetras. Leafy building up to a crab. They have it now. They have that very strong defense on the ramp. Here comes that Booyah Bomb. The specials are starting to come out. Jared trying to get the pick on Zera behind that tree, but Zera, that tree movement's a little too nice, but not nice enough to avoid the crab from Leafy. Right now, Lemmy Cook has the points below 40. They're getting dangerously close to a knockout here. Now below 30. This is getting rough for Graveyard Shift. They have to stop this here and now, or they lose the set. The Tetras are down. They just respawn. Zera trying to get a pick with a Stamper, but gets sniped by .Q. There's only 10 zone ticks left in this game. Jared trying to make something happen on the left side of the map, but the zone gets taken by Graveyard Shift. Their hopes are kept alive just a little bit longer. It's just Jared left alive. Forced to retreat, trying to get a pick or die trying. Gets the pick on Phoenix though. Gets the double on Terra as well, but Jared finally goes down. But now Jared has let Lemmy Cook have a great opportunity to get back in, and it's just those Tetras from Graveyard Shift to defend, and it's not going to be enough.
No, it will not be enough. A very strong defense though by Graveyard Shift, but it's not done yet. It's 40 ticks left. And then 8 for Lemmy Cook to win this game. So anything can still happen. And Graveyard Shift is going in. They got 1 splat. Leafy now on fire by 2 people. 3 players down. 4 Lemmy Cook. Graveyard Shift is going in. And they're going in hard. Zera got 1. Looking at the second one. Zera got Jared as well. So it's looking like this is turning right around. They're getting another splats and they're getting another time. The penalty is about to be over and they're going to start pushing down again. Orion go a little bit too deep and got splatted anyway. So do Max and Leafy. Jared with a good flank on the right, but Sarah noticed it quite quickly. And alongside their teammate are looking out to get that splat. Terra and Zera together. Splatting it out. Phoenix also defending the enemy spawn. It looks like it's being turned around now. 30 ticks left for Graveyard Shift to get the knockout. And no special ready on either side. Orion or Phoenix getting a splat on Jared. And this might be used because the big flanker gone. Everyone else at the top. Phoenix now being under pressure by Levy's Scrap Tank. Somehow survives. Can they get the lead there? Yes, they can. This now turn around. Lemmy Cook is the losing team currently in this fight. 3 against 8 with 30 seconds left on the clock. Leafy got the splat on Terra though. This might be used. The penalty is 30 ticks against 55. But they're not in the lead. Zeras get the splat on Jared. Zone is neutralized. Q is trying their best to paint, but against Phoenix, you can you get the best utilize it, leaving a fighting against Zera, gets split on Zera, but now it's also to fight Phoenix. Phoenix losing control of the fight and letting Leafy run away, gets the split a little bit later, but whenever the zone is in control of Let Me Cook, they're setting up now with Mines and a Wave Breaker. Max pushing in a bit further as well. You see Jared pushing in a bit too deep. The grab tank comes out, and with that Graveyard Shift, somehow takes it back with a crazy comeback. All the way from 50 to 3, and then putting it at 97, winning game number 4, putting this at a tiebreaker, 5th game.
Yeah, Graveyard Shift bringing it all the way back once again, just at the very bitter end. That's the second time this set they've won it with 3 points left on their zone timer on overtime. I can't believe this is a recurring pattern, but I mean, here we are, I guess, and we're going to be going on to a game 5 in this set between Lemmy Cook and Graveyard Shift. And this is Graveyard Shift's counterpick. This is Lemmy Cook's counterpick, sorry. They went into the set not losing a single game this whole tournament, and now they have to pick the right counterpick or they'll risk going out of this tournament in potentially 3rd place. They need to get this counterpick right if they want to move on to Grand Finals and face Smiley Face. A lot of stuff is at play here.
Yeah, this game was absolutely insane. I didn't ask if we have any replays while we wait for the last match just to get some hype. I'd love to have some replays shown right here because we have been seeing 4 absolute crazy games. Yeah, like Textbox said, Tower was nuts. Sorry, it was actually Zera. Zera is Terra and Zera. It's not confusing at all.
It's not confusing at all.
No, that's like hat and pad. It's not confusing. Zera on the Stamper is absolutely nuts. They go in deep. Also, Orion. Maybe it's a little bit risky what they do, but whenever Orion does something right, it absolutely destroys whoever he's fighting, and it still does show. We're still waiting on our last counter pick. They're deciding, and they're signing good. I think we got a little confirmation message. It will be Hagglefish Market. That is the map that Let Me Cook That Fam has decided to play their final attempt on of beating Graveyard Shift, or it will be Graveyard Shift's final attempt to beat out Let Me Cook That Fam. I am incredibly hyped for this one.
Yeah, Let Me Cook That Fam. Just counterpicking the more conventional maps, Hagglefish, Flounder, some of the more solid maps in this game. Ones that are less prone to lockouts, ones that you can push a lot more, carefully and a lot more safely in. Meanwhile, Graveyard Shift wants to embrace that sort of lockout strategy, wants to use their aggression to keep Let Me Cook That Up Fam out of the zone. And this is the tiebreaker point. This is the last game of the set. It's 2-2. Whoever wins this game moves on to Grand Finals. Huge, important game coming up. Neither team changing their comp. They know it. They know it's been working for them in the set, but the double splash comp of Graveyard Shift has so far been really difficult for Let Me Cook That Fam to beat. This opening team fight in zone is going to be very important. We already see one flanking on the side of Let Me Cook That Fam, and Jared's going to get taken out for it. And the crab has already popped. Graveyard Shift wins the opening team fight and almost gets the wipeout in the first 20 seconds of the game.
That's a big wipeout for Graveyard Shift because they are allowed themselves to push in very deep. They lost a couple players now, but they still have a lot of pain around the zone. Phoenix sharking in the middle, waiting for the team to get back. The Wavebreaker comes out from Q. This might be a little bit of a downside for Graveyard Shift if they have to push back a little bit, but I don't think it's going to matter all too much as Saros gets a trade with Jared. Orion does go down though, and this might actually be a little bit of a bigger issue for Graveyard Shift if they are now losing the zone. Orion unfortunately getting started by Mac with a very good fling. Leaving now looking at 2 players, it's Phoenix and Terra. The grab tank for Terra might be just enough to scare Leafy away. Orion gets started by Q with a very nice snipe. The grab tank still up, pressuring Mac, pressuring Q. But not to the point where they lost the zone. A lot of paint is now going up though, but also a lot of counter pick from Lemmy Cook is going on the zone. So it's going to be difficult for them to stop that zone push. And only a couple ticks left. That lead is about to shift from 56 of Graveyard Shift to whatever push is Lemmy Cook is going to pop out here, because they are still pushing and Graveyard Shift, there's nothing they can do, it looks like.
Yeah, Lemmy Cook finally getting that lead back, and they're pushing it below 40, but it's only 2 of them left. But it's only 2 left on the side of Graveyard Shift to defend it. Nice pick from Orion on Leafy. That reset is going to try and get that cap, but Orion goes a little too far in. Graveyard Shift is able to get that cap. Here's Q trying to get some picks of that charger, trying to get something to happen in zone. This zone is still being contested here, though. It's still not evenly in one team's favor or another. The double wave breakers are coming out, trying to keep Graveyard Shift staggered out of zone as much as possible. Let Me Cook is starting to get that zone, starting to push just a little bit more, but they're too dead right now. Graveyard Shift has the numbers advantage. The Zipcaster comes out trying to pick out Q on that leader, but the snipe on the Zipcaster, and now Graveyard Shift is too dead. Q on that leader, trying to make something happen desperately, and Let Me Cook gets that zone back. There's only half this game's timer left, and so far Let Me Cook is in a phenomenal advantage, but Graveyard Shift has shown to be capable of pushing back. But that's a nice pick from Leafy onto Zera with that crab, and Let Me Cook is about halfway through that penalty they had stacked on him.
Yeah, the penalty is being reset now by Graveyard. A very nice quick cap. They lost it instantly, but we're saying the penalty is big news, giving a lot of the breather time. Not going to matter all too much though, as Leafy is back on the work, spreading people left and right. Gets one, gets the second one later, looks at that crab tank from Terra, who firstly turned away and started rolling, and that's going to be huge because now the crab tank was able to be spotted by Jared. Zera, or I'm sorry, Splash Medic from Leafy is fighting someone on the left. It was Zera. Zera getting spotted mid-air by Jared and Leafy. And again, the penalty is now over. And we're back where we started. The zone is neutralized for Graveyard Shift. Let Me Cook is still on that zone. They're counting down. It's only 15 ticks left for Let Me Cook to beat out Graveyard Shift and put them back into their own graves. OPIUM coming out, zone neutralized, zone just in time before OPIUM gets captured. Even if Phoenix dies with a OPIUM, the penalty is reset again, but they pushed it all the way down to 6. Graveyard Shift is still 51 points away from that lead. It's gonna be tough challenge to beat. They lost Orion and the Wave Breakers out. Leafy now is on the zone, Jared now on the zone, Wavebreaker on the zone, Max on the zone, Q looking over the zone. Everyone is there. Jared notices a flanker, gets running towards it, trying to fight him out. It was Zera. Zera's being forced back by Leafy and Jared. Zera's now back in action with that Zipcaster. Gets the spot on Q, but it did cost him that zone because only 15 ticks left are on it. About a minute left on the clock. It's a 2v2. Jared and Leafy against Terra and Phoenix. Who will suffice? The penalty is over. A couple ticks left. And with that, Let Me Cook That Fam beats out Graveyard Shift, putting them there into their paddling pool grave as they are out of this tournament in this crazy 5-game set.
Beautiful game 5 set, but Let Me Cook That Fam just barely comes out on top. They got that beautiful knockout in game 5. They just had so much control there. Beautiful plays from Jared there at the very end, getting that nice double, just keeping Graveyard Shift from that zone for as long as possible. And Let Me Cook That Fam going to be moving on to grand finals where Smiley Face awaits them. This has been an insane tournament right now.
Absolutely crazy. One of the most stacked battling pools we've had in the history of battling pools. If we have any replays on screen, or if you have any replays of this set, I would love to see some of them while we wait and get our next match ready, because this is going to be a big match.
It's gonna be a big match for Grants for sure.
It's crazy. You can look at the bracket now. We are fighting for that golden paddling pool 200. I wished I could say there was a trophy, but it's not. But we are fighting for that golden paddling pool badge of on Inc. and of course for around €100 in prize pool money. Now remember, everybody, if you're watching this, is your last chance. You can donate to the prize pool if you want. Whoever wins this, whoever wins the tournament gets a big split, or gets a big part of that prize pool, if not the entire prize pool. We are about at around €125. But if you donate, we can get it up to more. Every euro you donate will fully go towards the prize pool money. So it's not like we take a big part of it.
Yeah, but before we get into this grand finals, we are going to go on a short break. Make sure not to go anywhere. We're not. My bad.
We're not going on a break.
Never mind. Next up, we're already underway for this grand finals, I guess. I guess we can't have this hype stopping anytime soon. We've got to cook a little bit longer. It's Smiley Fish versus Let Me Cook That Fam. They've just been absolutely dominating this whole tournament. We talked about how going into that set, Let Me Cook did not lose a game. Smiley Face has been 3-0ing and 2-0ing their opponents this whole day. They have not lost a game yet, and even through semifinals, we're going to have to see if someone can finally put a stop to them in grands, because Smiley Face has just been utterly dominant this tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely. Smiley Face, the only team that has won every single game that they've played. Robbe and Tomodachi went far, but lost out to Smiley Face. And I think everyone else, Flippa Floppa, lost to Crab House. Crab House lost a game before. So everyone lost at least something except for Smiley Face. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to fare it out. Because Lemme Cook the Fam just came on a very intense set. They're probably a little bit more exhausted, but they might be also filled with adrenaline because Smiley Face is about to show this off. Let me show that grand final graphic that we currently have on stream. Let's go against this final game. Once again, Smiley Face in the green. Lemme Cook onto the purple pinkish color here on Splatzone's Hagglefish Market.
I mean, we just saw the stage. We just saw how Lemme Cook plays on the stage. Smiley Face has been waiting on the other side of Grants for a long time. They might not be as warm as Lemme Cook, who had that insane 5-game set, but we already see that flank from Fuzzy trying to get something to happen. The machine is already dead for Lemme Cook, and Smiley Face gets the first cap on the zone. Fuzzy is still there. Jared is down for Lemme Cook, and Smiley Face is already setting up a very strong control right now. Bagel gets picked off by Q, though. Here comes Fuzzy with those Tetris, though. Gets burst bomb, trying to avoid this E-leader, but dies to the burst bomb. It's 3 death for Smiley Face. Lemme Cook has control of that zone now, and they are pushing up fast. That crab tank is already deployed, trying to keep Smiley Face into their spawn as much as possible.
Yeah, putting Smiley Face back in the spawn is going to be crucial because they are so incredibly fast. And you remember, we have crazy strong players in there, and they are willing to show their strength. But Lemme Cook that fam also has some very strong players. So it's going to be seen. We have Fuzzy against Leafy. So, for example, it's going to be crazy matchups here. Jared now pushing up the top of the base of Smiley Face. It is chilling there on the little tent. The ice gets caught out by Jared and being forced to roll away. And it's going to suck for the crab tank. They got this one on Jared though, but they wasted quite a bit of crab tank just to get one splat. 3 players are down though. For Lemme Cook, Smiley Face being able to push in quite deep. Finally stopped the push all the way to 38 from Lemme Cook that fam. And now it's their turn to start spawn capping. Fuzzy moving in slowly towards the enemy base. Sees Jared, but just misses them quite by a tiny margin. They did a bit of error, and they got a bit farther than I would have liked. Now they're fighting against Q, who knows they're there. Max also knows they're there. 2 players down by, I believe, 1 charger shot to feed the Splashomatic and the Tetras. The Mini is also now down, so it is just Ice alive with a Splashomatic, with no special at all to defend. And they pushed the 49, but it was not enough as Lemme Cook is again in the hands of the zone.
Yeah, Lemme Cook still has the zone right now. They're about halfway through that penalty. Smiley Face is 1 down. That crab gets taken down before it can get that full effect. Lemme Cook has all their players up. Never mind that splash just gets taken out. But they're almost through their penalty. They just have to hold on for a little bit longer. They can push that zone even further out of Smiley Face's reach. It's now at 34, but Smiley Face still contesting it. Bagel has that bubble set up in mid, trying to keep Lemme Cook away from it, and they do get the zone back. Smiley Face still has a little bit to go before that lead, though. The Tetris get called out, though. Here comes Q trying to get that snipe. Beautiful snipe on Gray while riding the crab. And Lemme Cook gets that zone right back, but they don't have the players alive. But the crab gets the kill on Fuzzy. Leafy playing absolutely amazingly right now. Helps with the kill on Leafy. Here comes the jump. The jump gets taken out too, and Lemme Cook still has a strong hold of the zone.
Yeah, big defense coming out from Lemme Cook as they are slowly but surely making their way through the penalties. About 10 ticks left, but they're gonna have to fight because the Smiley Face is really going into that offensive, trying to get rid of their own penalty. They captured the zone now, and the penalty is not that big. Only 18 ticks left in order to them finally start pushing again. And this is a big opportunity for them to get that lead back because 2 players just went down for Lemme Cook. No special ready, with the bubbler about to be ready for Smiley Face, but this is Lemme Cook's turn to go start pushing in. The penalty is gone. It's about a couple ticks left. 3. 37 to 34. It's so close, but the zone is neutralized. Bubble in zone is going to help so much with that. The lead is now swapped. Pinky. They lost the zone though. The lead is swapped. Do you think that Lemme Cook can hold it, or do you think that Smiley Face is going to do a lot with that wipeout?
I don't know. Lemme Cook is very close to getting through their penalty here. They're almost getting that lead back. They're about 10 ticks away from getting that lead back, and that's like 5 seconds in zone. And there you see it. That lead is coming. That lead is there, back in favor of Lemme Cook. Jared cooking a little bit, gets taken out, but this zone timer will not stop. Q is set up, trying to get some nice, trying to get some nice snipes. That Max is still in zone. Hugh gets the pick on Gray. There's 10 ticks left of the zone timer. The Booyah Bomb comes out to keep Smiley Face out of the zone a little bit longer, and Lemmy Cook gets the knockout on Gray on game 1.
Crazy first match. Cannot believe how strong these teams were. Showing it was such a close battle. Back and forth lead swaps to lead swap. It looks like Lemmy Cook, that fam, is cooking up some money because they are now the leading team to win that Fatman Cool prize money. But of course, it's a 5-game set. Everything can happen. Everyone who is in chat, do not forget you can donate if you type !donation. Every single cent you spend will go direct to the prize pool, so you can support your favorite team. It would either be Smiley Face or it will be Let Me Cook That Fam. But whoever wins, this is going to be a crazy set.
I mean, that was already a crazy game 1, but notably, Lemmy Cook getting that game 1 means that throughout this set, they have the counter pick advantage unless Smiley Face wins 2 straight. So that is a huge advantage in the set. They keep trading games, and that counter pick advantage will be in the favor of Lemmy Cook That Fam. So, I mean, you have to think that even aside from game count, they are ahead right now, and they have a little bit better mental as they're going to be going into game 2, and Smiley Face is going to be doing something they haven't done today. They're going to be picking a counter pick.
Yeah, they have not done that today. Actually, that's very true. It's the first loss for Smiley Face. Before talking more about this set, though, I want to give a big shout out to Major for donating €13.16 with the message Kitty Face. With the message, Patty Cool Kitty Face. Thank you so much, Majora, for donating. Do not forget, if you put ! donation, you can donate too. Let's see if we can get around 150 bucks. I think that'll be a nice rounded number.
You know, nice, yeah, just a nice even number. I mean, contribute anything you can. Any little bit helps. Every dollar is just so important, but we just want to make sure we support these players as much as possible because they've been playing out of their mind this whole tournament.
People have indeed been crazy, and we see a first appearance in this tournament on stream so far. It is Mahi Resort. I don't think we haven't seen this map. Also, my donation was an extra Majora. Alice just phrased it stupid in chat. Maybe you should have just said from redacted. I was indeed wrong. It was not Majora, unfortunately. So because of that Majora, you should donate. So you have a donation. But whoever donated €13.16 and put the prize pool at €137.80. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but we're going to be getting right into it. This is the first of Zones Mahi in this tournament. Neither team is going to be changing their comps. You know, what works, and Mahi is a very interesting Zones map. If the map becomes tiny, to say the least, to becoming somewhat playable once that water drops, and that water drops fast. And speaking of fast, Jerry gets taken out really quickly. The duelies are going to trade on each team. Hugh trying to get that pick on the crab, not quite able to hit it. This is a small hitbox. Max dies in zone, though. And that's going to be enough for Smiley Face to get this zone themselves.
Yeah, that zone pick is going to be pretty important the first time, because it's the only push you really get without a proper counter pick. In the early game, not all those pushes are online, so you can get some big points in. It looks like Lemmy Cook is the second team to get that zone, but they are working towards their own lead. The lead has been swapped from 87 to whatever Lemmy Cook is going to push through. And with everyone from Smiley Face being quite far back, this might look like push going on a little bit further. The zone is now neutralized though, because there is a fuzzy inside of the zone, and it was a bagel pushing into that zone. It wasn't enough for them to stop pushing. They pushed a little bit further with an ultimate 87 to 77. Not a huge difference, but the zone still neutralized. Lemmy Cook finding it back and very much pushing Smiley Face back into their spawn.
Yeah, Smiley Face trying to resist it as much as possible, but they just haven't had a sturdy hold on zone. They have the cap right now, but they're not pushing ahead as much as they would want to. Here's Gray on that right side, trying to build up to that grab. He's very close. Once he gets that grab, that'll be a huge advantage for Smiley Face. But the duel he's trade once again. Smiley Face threw their penalty. The crab is trying to just hold on to this area. Nice pick on Max with that lob shot. Crab is starting to move forward a little bit. There's a crab battle. The crab battle goes in favor of Lemmy Cook, but it's not enough to stop this lead being taken. And now the water is going to drop, but 2 are still dead from Lemmy Cook. Smiley Face has a lot of control here and a big hold in mid.
yeah, definitely they're pushing in further. 35 ticks left. Booyabomb now coming out to the zone though. This will neutralize it, but this won't be neutralized for long as Smiley Face is quickly back onto painting it their beautiful blue color. They don't really like the orange apparently, but it looks like 2 players down. They're not going to hold it for all too long as Lemme quickly makes work of that zone after they work of the players. Gray now being in the eyes of Q. They misses their shot and with that allows Gray to get into the crab tank. Leafy, I believe, is also in their crab tank. So there's 2 crab tanks onto the field right now. Sorry, it was Ice. My bad. Ice also in the crab tank. 2 crabs on there were 2 crabs on the field. This could push up here, Pinky. The Booyabomb now out. Do you think it will be enough for Lemme to paint that zone?
I don't know, Booyah doesn't pay much on its own, but right now Smiley Face are 2 dead, but so are Lemme Cook, they're also 2 dead. Bagel is just sitting in that bubble, trying to catch whoever's going to drop. There's the drop, but that's going to be dead. It's just Q alive on this leader, and Smiley Face is almost through their penalty, and once they're through their penalty, they're in real danger of getting this knockout. We do see one going around on that far left side, using those islands as best as possible. Nice pick onto Fuzzy. Here comes that crab from Leafy, trying to make something happen, but the zone timer is about 6 ticks away. The zone is neutralized. It goes in the favor of Lemme Cook, but just as quickly it's neutralized once again. Lemme Cook still gets it back. Here comes the Booyah to just push people away as much as possible. Lemme Cook is going to get that hold right now, but it's not sturdy. Smiley Face can certainly push back. Bagel has that bubble online, pops it, but dies for it, and is in an awkward spot for his teammates to take advantage of. Not the best of plays right there, and Lemme Cook is through their penalty, and they're getting below 60 points themselves. They need to convert this into a strong push if they want to take this game.
They do. 50 ticks left onto their zone to get the knockout. It's going to be a tough one as a couple players are dying. 3 players are now dead. It's only the splash medic from Leafy alive that has to fight against the entire team. They got 2, Fuzzy and Gray, but it wasn't enough. Jared now fighting against Ice, but so much pushback for Lemme Cook as 3 players do go down for Smiley Face now. It's only Gray alive who decided to jump back to spawn for safety reasons. The zone is now again in the hands of Lemme Cook and they are slowly but surely taking away their penalty and their timer. It's still not going to be enough. The water has dropped and been for a little bit, and that's gonna help, or they're gonna make it a bit tougher for Q. The wave breaker does go out. Hopefully stop Fuzzy from pushing. They got Fuzzy, but they took the outer bomb as a trade-off, almost neutralizing the zone. They have to get some more paint on. They have to go into the penalty though, so hopefully it will be enough for Lemme Cook to win this game.
Yeah, Lemme Cook is so close to getting this lead back. It is 19-5 right here. This zone is being contested. Lemme Cook is not at the player advantage, but they still have the zone. Q gets the snipe on the crab. It's 2 versus 2. It's 1 versus 2. It's just this crab to try and defend this zone. Lemme Cook is gonna get this knockout. That's the wipeout on Smiley Face. That's gonna do it. That's the lead. That's the knockout. And Lemme Cook, that fam, are up 2-0 in grand finals.
Crazy how they are taking so much. They're honestly right now what they're doing is they are taking the smile right off of Smiley Face. That is exactly what they're doing. They're really smiling for themselves. It is going to be a match point scenario for Lemme Cook as they have won 2 games in a row. The first 2 matches Smiley Face has lost. They've been going on a rampage.
I mean, that's just the power. That's the secret advantage not many people talk about of just coming off a 5-game set. Lemme Cook, that fam, is warm. They're playing this game. They're in it. They're in that mindset. They haven't had any break. They're just going right into it. But Smiley Face has been waiting for quite a while for that match to finish, and in that time, they might have gotten out of that competitive mindset just a little bit, and that makes it so much harder for them. But now, that counter pick's in play, but this is an important counter pick. This is not just match point, this is tournament point. If Lemme Cook, that fam, wins 1 more game, they win the tournament. That's it. There's no more second chances for them.
They have decided to put it on Hammerhead Bridge. Before I continue, I want to thank Jesse for donating 15 euros and 89 cents to the paddling pool. To the paddling pool price of 200. I love your channel. Thank you so much, Jesse. We love you too for your donation. Thank you so much. I don't know what the donation is right now. I'm not sure if it's showing the screen. Or tell me, would be very appreciated. We are finally getting some donation. Remember, if you type !! donation, you can donate towards the prize pool, and every single cent will go towards the tournament prize pool. But without any further ado, let's get the grand final underway. Match point for Lemme Cook, that fam. Smiley facing a huge pressure. They have to reverse sweep if they want to win that big old prize pool. And they have some interesting weapons, such as the Flinger Roller. So it's going to be interesting to see what the missiles are going to do. We saw it earlier with Graveyard Shift and it didn't work out all too well for them. So hopefully it will work out for Smiley Face.
Yeah, but right now, Smiley Face is making it work out them for a lot. That's 3 dead. It's just that leader alive. Jared is going to be respawning, but still, Smiley Face holding a strong lead. But here's Jared on that right side, battling with that splash, trying to get something to happen. Jared isn't going down, though. The splash moves forward, gets the pick on Jared. Very nice. Smiley Face is holding a very strong in mid right now. It's just that Machine Alive. The members of Lemme Cook are starting to come from spawn, but if Smiley Face can continue to convert this game will just be over. Nice pick on cue with that burst bomb from, I believe, Bagel on that splash. And Smiley Face is, I mean, they got to be smiling right now. They have a very strong lead. They have a very strong hold. Their point total is already below 40 in just the first minute of the match.
It's a big opening for Smiley Face, and exactly what Lemon Cook was not after. But we've seen it taken back before. It might have taken back now. The Booyah Bomb is on the zone. They're going to paint a whole lot as you can just paint straight through it. The zone is neutralized though. Can it be enough? No. Smiley Face now looking like they're going to 100-0 KO it. It's about to be neutralized, but no, unfortunately, as Lone Eater cannot paint enough. And game number 3 was absolutely dominated by Smiley Face as they are now starting their potential reverse sweep for that prize pool.
Yeah, and this is huge for Smiley Face. They have that win, they have the momentum on their side, but they have to win on not 1 but 2 of Let Me Cook That Fam's counter picks if they want to win this tournament. Let Me Cook That Fam has a huge advantage on their hands. They just have to play to it right.
They absolutely do, but it looks like they are playing it right though, because now, even if they lost just 1, they can counterpick their preferred map, and this might be huge for them. They've decided to pick a counterpick map, which very much fits their comp. Let Me Cook That Fam went to Flounder Heights, which I can completely see considering their comp that they've been using, so much eyeing the machine, the duties being able to jump around and quickly roll over a wall, make it super annoying to hit them, super hard to counter super jumps. I can clearly see why they decided to pick this map.
Yeah, and I mean, this is for the tournament. This is the prize pool on the hand. It's insane here. This is still match point for Let Me Cook That Fam. They win this game. If they win the next game, they win. This is going to be Smiley Face trying to stop them, trying to stay in the tournament. I believe I just saw a Tri-Slosher on the side of Smiley Face. Sorry, yeah, Gray's gonna be pulling up that Tri-Slosher here, and Bagel on the Junior.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting weapon comp started to use. The Tri-Slosher I think is the more interesting one, because Inkjet isn't that particularly strong. So maybe at the height, it might be a bit better, and Gray is just a player comfortable with that Tri-Slosher. Gets the pick on Jared. Nice opening pick there. 2 players down for Smiley Face, and only 1 player down for Lemmy Cook. So it looks like Lemmy Cook definitely has the player advantage here, but we all know it takes forever in this map mode to capture both zones, considering how small they are. Though this time it only took around 35 seconds, so it's not too bad. It's still a little bit longer than we used to in normal Platforms games. They got a small push of 92, but not a whole lot. They lost 3 players, Lemmy Cook, compared to only 2 players down in Smiley Face.
Yeah, Smiley Face now has control of both zones, but Lemmy Cook is quickly back in zone. Bagel has set that bubble onto the opposing zone, but the pain is just going all over it. 2 dead on the side of Smiley Face, 1 dead on the side of Lemmy Cook. They're going to be able to hold that zone and hold that lead, but it's a very fragile lead. 92 to 93 is not what you want, especially in the early stages of this map. But now Lemmy Cook is starting to push forward. Nice pick on Q from Gray. Nice double from Gray on the side of Smiley Face. 3 dead on the side of Lemmy Cook. It's just Leafy on that T-Tech. Leafy does get the jump on Gray though, and here come those Tri-Strikes to try and keep that zone capped. That zone is still in the favor of Lemmy Cook. They still have this lead ever so barely. Eagle trying to get the pick on Leafy, and he does. It's 3 versus 2 in the favor of Smiley Face, and Smiley Face takes the lead back, and now they're going to really try and push and get that hold, but nice snipe from Q on the Fuzzy, and a nice snipe from on Ice as well.
2 very important, maybe important snipes for Q, but Gray quickly McWorks them if they use their Wave Breaker. It's a trade for Gray there as well with Leafy, and that might be enough for Smiley Face to still continue their own push. They have 1 zone control, as Lemmy Cook is controlling the zone on their own side. Gray got splatted by something against Bomb. I didn't clearly see where they got splattered from. They got splattered by something, and it's a very good splat for Jared because Gray's a very annoying player to fight against with that Slosher and the amount of crazy range that thing has, considering it doesn't really have damage fall off. The grab from Ice is standing there but being completely thrown apart by the missiles. Lily gets splattered by the missiles, but a couple other people do from Smiley Face, and this is Lemmy Cook's game. The win is there in control of the zone with a very, very large amount of ink and a very, very strong defensive lineup shown here.
Yeah, but Lemmy Cook is trying to hold as best as possible. They got that early pick on Fuzzy. Jared is back for them. Booyah Bomb is online, gets thrown on the zone that they're trying to defend, and it's going to hold onto it a little bit longer. Lemmy Cook is close to cooking up a lead, and they're going to get it right here. Max trying to keep Smiley Face away from the zone, but 2 are dead on the side of Lemmy Cook. Smiley Face starting to file in. Here comes Gray with that Tri-Slosher, but the mine into Sloshing Machine combo takes them out. 3 are dead on the side of Smiley Face. It's just Bagel on the Junior. Bagel able to defend it a little bit longer, but he is alone. Here comes Fuzzy to try and save the day, but Fuzzy gets taken out on the zone, and Lemmy Cook's push is still going right here. Smiley Face finally gets that zone back. Finally starts to push Lemmy Cook out, but down to 33.
Yeah, and that 33 is going to be super difficult for Smiley Face to push beyond. Even if they can defend the high ground, it is so easy to neutralize that one zone and just stall out the push. You don't even have to really push anymore. All Lemmy Cook has to do is just neutralize long enough so that they don't really get scored against. But it does look like Smiley Face has a lot of other different plans, and they're going in, and they're going in deep. Fuzzy decided to make an escape with a reslide. They didn't make it all too far, as Steve makes quick work of him. Now the zone is... They lost their penalty. The zone is slowly taking down. They got it to 39. They got some missiles on the zone, and it wasn't enough, as the Junior was still inside of the zone waiting. Big with a very strong Junior there, just sitting in that zone. The lead has been swapped, and it looks like this is Smiley Face's game to win. The zone is neutralized by Lemmy Cook will be enough, as Ice is doing everything in their power to capture that zone. They capture the zone with only a couple things left. It's gonna be super tight. Max goes in, but gets splattered by Booyah Bomb, and with that, Smiley Face won the second game, pushing this to a Game 5 grand final, the last possible match we can have in Paddling Pool 200.
What an unbelievable game 4. It was just so back and forth. Lemmy Cook had control for so much of that game, but Smiley Face got that control, got the lockout, and pushed up so far. It was so hard for Lemmy Cook to make it back to the zone. They get the knockout, and now they're on the verge of a reverse 3-0 sweep, and that's what they needed to win this tournament. This is the last game of the tournament here. Game 5. Whoever wins this takes the tournament and gets the badge and gets some of that delicious prize pool. This is tense.
It is absolutely insane. And I am sitting here enjoying and watching this set. The counter pick will be for Lemmy Cook again. They got the counter pick 3 maps. They got the counter pick 2 maps here. So both teams gonna pick 2 maps.
Both teams gotta pick 2 maps because of how it's worked.
Yeah, it's very odd. I don't know why. We should go back to Turf War.
Oh my god.
I found it interesting though. You just played Turf War for like 1 game, and then that decided the opening pick. It was 3 minutes. I thought it was genius. I really thought it was genius. I mean, to be fair, we should have used flip a coin toss. It would have been a lot faster, but hey, we're gonna do something. Spice it up a little bit. But yeah, 2 against 2. Game number 5 is always a crazy tie breaker set. You don't know how hyped I am, because these teams will be fighting neck on neck, and 2 completely different philosophies and compositions as well. 1 more meta, 1 more comfort picks, and you can see the difference in how these 2 comps work. But they work. They really do work.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been working for these 2 teams this whole day. These are the 2 strongest teams of the tournament right now, and they're battling it up against each other, and notably, these philosophies have been working against each other, but right now, Smiley Face has a lot of momentum, winning 2 games straight, and I mean, you can see that. Let me cook that fam, taking a long time, making sure that they have the counter pick they want that suits them the best. They feel the gravity of the situation. They don't have any more chances to play with. This is a team that's fully warmed up and ready to go. They're both fully warmed up. They're both in their element. They're both playing the stages they want. And now, Let Me Cook That Fam is going to take Game 5 to Splat Zone's Mako Mars. What do you think of this stage, Hat?
I think it was maybe a little the obvious pick, but I think it's a map mode that everyone is so incredibly familiar with. And I think familiarity is the thing that you want to have right now. You want something that you know you can play on, you know how to play it. It's been discussed in the community for literal years, for more than 5 years. It has been with us. It looks like it is here to stay for quite a long time. So I completely understand why they decided to go for this map.
Yeah, but this is a map that both of these teams are comfortable on. It's not really one versus the other. This is a map that favors pretty much everything, and as you've said, Hat, we've been playing on the stage for many, many years, and these are old players. They know what they're doing. All these players know exactly what's going on the stage, all the best things to do, all the best strategies, and they're going to have to pull out all the stops to take this tournament from the other. It's going to be intensive for this Game 5, but I mean, as I've said before, Smileyface has the momentum. It is up to Let Me Cook That Fam to cook up the stop to what Smileyface has going, and really shortly we're going to be getting this Game 5, but I can't wait for this. This tournament has just been amazing so far, and here we go. Battle time, Game 5, Grand Final, Smileyface versus Let Me Cook That Fam. This is going to be the tiebreaker game. Will we be seeing any comps? Most likely not, but what matters is we're going into it. Double Splash flings a Tetra on one side, Leader Machine DS Splash on the other. Let's go.
Let's get this ball rolling, everybody. Don't forget, add ! donation if you want to support a little bit of last minute Splatoon 2 gameplay. Let's see how Magmar is gonna go. The Flings are coming out again. Or are they this again? Yeah, the Flings are coming out again for Great, deciding that missiles are the way to go, and I can completely see why. It was like that Splatoon 2, and it will be like that in Splatoon 3. Max making a small jump to avoid the missiles and doing so super successfully, as 2 players for Smileyface do go down. They have the zone in control, but not for very long, as everyone from their team is slowly but surely getting splatted left and right. Great. Or Ice is going in, or first going in, but not doing all too much work, as he's being ganked by 3 players. Looks like Let Me Cook is the one to really get the big opening push here, as they got the lead now and they are pushing on.
Yeah, this lead is below 80 right now. Let Me Cook has the control right now. They have some people in zone trying to defend it, trying to take control of this left side of the map. Fuzzy resliders all the way into zone, gets the pick on Max as well. Very well done from Fuzzy, but they get taken down. But it's 3 versus 2 in the favor of Smileyface. And Let Me Cook is forced to retreat a little bit. Jared trying not to die on that stack area, because Jared going down would be detrimental for Let Me Cook. Trying to move it a little forward after the teammates are back. Jared gets taken out. Fuzzy gets taken out. This lead is in danger right here. Smileyface trying to keep his hold as long as possible. And Gray being so meticulous with these missiles. Missiles all 4 right as Smileyface gets the lead back. This is already so intense, and it's only been a minute and a half of this game.
It's a crazy minute and a half, and it looks like about 50% of the game has already passed, as Smileyface is pushing towards the 30s and now the 20s. The Wavebreaker is out for Let Me Cook, so hopefully will be enough with the amount of paint that Tornado is going to capture it, and they do, putting a 51 penalty onto Smileyface, but looking like it will be nothing, as they're already trying to take down players. Though they lost 2 players, it is Ice now against Jared, but that crazy Wavebreaker as a defensive mechanism to protect Jared. A crazy play by Q there, or Jared himself. A crazy Wavebreaker nonetheless placed down. Really defended him actually.
Yeah, I've never seen Wavebreaker used like that. Just as a complete stop to make sure no one can approach you. Very well done from Jared. But Q trying to throw a Wavebreaker of their own. Taken up by the crab. Smileyface still has a strong hold though. Leafy trying to do something about it with their crab. Crab gets the pick on Ice, but they go down themselves. Smileyface almost with that penalty. Missiles are coming onto zone. It's just the Flings left. Gray trying to hold on to that zone, but that zone gets taken back from Let Me Cook. Let Me Cook is trying desperately to keep the zone as long as possible. They know they have a hill to climb to get this lead, but they want it so bad.
This is going to be super important, because every single point of lead is 1 point closer to that prize pool. And we are in the final game, so this is everything to play here for. It is like we haven't played a whole tournament before. We're just playing this one match. That's how high the pressure is. It is Smileyface now in the lead of the game and in contention of the zone. It has just been switched around to Lemon and back to Smiley Face. It's going all over the place, but the penalty from Lemon is slowly and slowly ticking more and more away. They got it to 26, it's 36 now, but that's still less than what they started with, because they started with over 50. So it's about 24, or about 24-ish lower compared to what they started with. So it's still slowly going down for Smiley Face, and Lemon Cook is in control now, but how long can they keep the zone in control for?
That is the question here, but Smiley Face has the zone back right now. That's going to be... the duel is getting taken out here. It's just Q left alive. The machine is coming back. The Splat is coming back. Ice is trying to get set up on this left side, trying to build that crab about a third of the way there. If Ice can get this crab, this would be huge for Smiley Face. But this penalty on the side of Smiley Face is almost over. This zone is in contention, but that penalty is gone. Bagel's crab is about to run out here. There it goes, but the Booyah Bomb comes out from Max, is able to get the zone for Lemmy Cook. There's only a minute left of this game, and maybe even overtime. 2 dead on the side of Smiley Face. Lemmy Cook, trying to push forward. Jared going into the spawn, gets shot a bit, almost dying to the missiles, but barely doesn't die. This point total is at 40 to 20. It's so close right now. Fuzzy in zone, trying to get that last bit of cap. There's the cap. 36 seconds left of this game. It's just going back and forth. Fuzzy sharking on that left side, trying to get that pick on Jared, but Jared gets the pick instead. But Smiley Face still has control of the zone, still up 3 versus 2. There's 20 seconds left in this game. I can't believe it. The penalty is almost over for Smiley Face. Lemmy Cook trying desperately to get back in his zone because they need this. They need this cap in order to stay in the tournament. But this penalty is gone from Smiley Face. There's 10 seconds left. That's 3 down for Lemmy Cook. Smiley Face is in a phenomenal place to do it. I don't think Lemmy Cook has it in them. And Smiley Face takes battling pool 200.
Crazy thing. It looks like their smile went away and they decided to reverse sweep cooking. They really decided that whatever Lemmy Cook that fan was cooking was Smiley Face's dinner, as they have won the full prize pool. Big congratulations for winning Battling Pool 200 in this crazy finals. 2 best of 5 games in a row. I could not have wished for a better final game.
That was an insane final set. Just a reverse 3-0, the clashing of 2 ideologies of the competitive meta, but in the end, Smiley Face is going to reign victorious. Wonderful job to all the players, to Bagel, to Fuzzy, to Ice, to Gray. Smiley Face is just going to reign victorious on the day. They get that prize pool, they get that badge. And, I mean, we just witnessed a phenomenal grand final set and honestly a phenomenal tournament.
It was an absolutely crazy tournament. What you forgot to mention is they got the right to say we've won Battling Pool's longest running Splatoon series anniversary tournament, because again this is a 4-year anniversary. And they just put their names onto the Hall of Fame. What an absolute crazy tournament, and an absolute crazy thing that it is happening for 4 years. We've been around for so incredibly long, and it could not have been truer without the help of Andromeda, Pinky, Majora, Alice, and everyone else who was on and off TOing Battling Pool. Thank you so much for doing all the community work you've been doing for free. You don't know how much as a competitive community we appreciate you working like crazy, tirelessly in the background. Of course, thank you to Dapple Productions for hosting us, and big shout outs to Major for providing this wonderful stream and crazy graphics. Now, there's a couple things we have to mention before we go. After this stream, we will be rating a small streamer, so be polite, be supportive, and drop them a follow. And before we end it, Broken, Pinky, where can we find you on the internet?
Well, thank you for asking, Hat. You guys can find me on Twitter at brokenpinky_. I've been posting there a lot more in this new year. You can also follow my team Squid Sushi as we try to make our way through the Ludi playoffs. But Hat, I gotta ask, you've been working so hard with this tournament series, but where can the people find you and support you?
You can find me on Twitter at @the_hat. @double_, where I post various stuff. I just managed to like and retweet the whole stuff, but don't tweet a whole lot. You can also find me on Instagram on the tag @_DaveV_, where you can find more about my real life and my photography hobbies. Majora, if you can go on the stream, where can we find you? Because we've never actually asked on stream where we can find our lovely streamer.
Yeah, you can basically find me on Twitter on @Majora0503, and thank you, Hat, for putting me on stream here. Yeah, it's been a pleasure all these weeks, months, being here for Dapple Productions, and especially Paddling Pool, as this was my first tournament. So everybody have a good night from me, and yeah, congratulations to Smile.
Yeah, that big congratulations to everyone. Thank you so much for watching. And again, be polite to our small streamer that we are gonna rate here. And come on, drop them a follow, support some small streamers, right? So once again, thanks so much for everyone, and goodbye.
See ya.